think we are good.
Good.
Very
Okay,
good.
for a moment it froze on me. Double check and make sure your characters are correct, Howard. The message of the day directly explains how your characters ended up being where they are. There's also an image for them. And the message of the day also directly explains how the other two individuals have disappeared, which I will pop up for everybody to see. So, Preston and Elark, you got the information about how everyone else was has disappeared, all those kinds of things, right? So for Howard, your character lost essentially 2.5 days during this magical transition, but it feels like no time at all.
Alien abduction.
Alien abduction or fade-in abduction?
Alien abduction.
Failure.
Failed to okay.
Sounds
I will share the map with everyone now so that everyone should be able to see the map itself. Some of you were inside. Sylvie and Gurundrak, it's raining. It's I can put the rain on, but it will also show up in the effects down where William is. That's fine. We'll give him some rain too, just so that he's got it. It's cold.
it's raining
Some of the rain is
underground.
actually ice. But we'll assume that the rain, what you have walked up on, Gurundrak and Sylvie, you see Preston fairly wounded, standing on sort of a gentle hill ridge that looks like he has dug a hole down in the bottom of, but he's all by himself. You don't know where the other three are. He can quickly catch you up as to what has happened. This is immediately as, Sylvie and Gurundrak appear and the other two disappear downstairs with the others. So you guys begin.
Okay.
Some of my screens are still loading up.
Okay, no problems. They can at least explain to you while you're waiting.
Yeah. So, Preston, which is I guess the one you're talking to now. Yeah. So yeah, we found this tower that appeared in this area. Oh, by the way, did Preston saw that that shimmering thing?
That happened. Yeah, you saw the dwarf and Sylvie appear, and they just stepped out beside you. Yes.
Whoa! And I know them, right?
Yes.
Oh, good lord! I thought I thought it was more bugbears. So yeah, and so we found this tower. We tried to get in. We couldn't climb it, so we tried to find an alternate entrance. We managed to dig and found this area. Unfortunately, while I let these guys, my brother and his mates go down, there's no way for me to safely go down without hurting myself, and I'm already hurt. So they went down to investigate. I heard sounds and noises here and there. But what do you call? This Vernon. So
It's
who
very
is with you?
cloudy.
Gurundrak and
Sylvie.
Sylvie. Okay, and at the bottom is Elark and Ling. Okay.
Yes.
So they're down there. I pointed to the rough direction that they went into. You'll need light though.
Can you see the map yet, Howard?
Yeah, I can see the hole besides the stairs.
Correct. So that's some 15 foot straight down. He's telling you that there are 3 other individuals who are down beneath him. He has no way to go down. He lowered them down, but the party didn't have a grappling hook. They claimed that it was on your dwarf.
Is
As
it?
well as
Yes.
all the lanterns.
Ah, yeah, the sack.
It's on job.
Yeah, the sack. All right. Gurundrak or just walk up, take a look at the hole with his dark vision. I mean, with his infravision, see if he could make out anything
Well, what
from such.
he really can't because there's some natural light above him. He'd have to get out of the natural light to be able to use his infravision. Even though it's quite cloudy, it's still natural light there. What he can make out is that it's a stairwell. If you go to his right, the stairwell seems to be going deeper. If you go to his left, the stairwell appears to be going up. He can smell smoke as if there is something burning, and he can see, a flicker of some torch coming from the north, but he can't quite see where from the north.
So
Well,
all
you
the
could use a
barrels.
lantern.
So everyone just dropped down there.
3 people were lowered down by Preston. He had rope, so he lowered 3 people down, and then they were
Yeah.
debating how he was going to get down. He himself was quite wounded, so he didn't want to chance the jump.
All right then. Gurundrak would just get all the climbing gears out, and
So what I have is what was on his character sheet, and that should be on your character sheet. If you have a character sheet that has other things, let me know. But what is on his character sheet is what was on the character sheet I had seen.
grappling iron,
Yeah.
uh, iron hemp rope, 50 feet.
So that's all the
No,
I
I
think
have
that you
rope.
have
Yeah.
that is climbing gears. Those 2 things there. So and
Yeah.
they've got some rope that they've already knotted. You can see they've got rope. They just didn't have any way to tie it off to the top here. But if the grapple, if you pass that to them, that might work.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So
cool.
what are we doing? We're just trying to force it firmly into the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's not difficult to do. It's relatively a simple thing. We're going to unequip the grappling iron for your character there, Howard, so it doesn't affect any kind of weight or anything for you since you don't currently have it, right? But just forcing it down into the ground is a really simple, easy thing to do. Hopefully, the party won't be gone so long that the mud would cause it to slip if you try to use it back up. But with the grapple attached to the rope, anyone can climb down successfully as long as they're taking their time. Rushing, obviously, there could be, an issue. But if no one is rushing, then anyone can climb down without an issue. Is everyone going down?
Yes.
And who's going
Uh,
first?
I'll let
let,
the Gurundak
yeah, let
and
the arrow.
Alark go first.
Okay.
Gur-
Sorry, Howard, you were speaking. Is Gurundak not going down first?
Yeah. Um, Gurundrak will check again on uh the stonework around. Hopefully, it could reinforce the firmness of the
So what he notices is that there's a lot of stone on the ground in front of here because of the hole that was dug by his companions. Nothing, anyone that stands on that, you included, would have to be careful in that section, especially if you were moving quickly, because any slip would cause you to fall a really long ways down a set of stairs that you haven't really got the slightest idea of how far the stairs to the south go. But they're going down at about a continual, say, 10 to 15 degree angle. You are currently about 15 feet below ground. So every 10 degrees, you're maybe another foot or 2 below ground. So that's telling you, how far you could end up slipping. It's well beyond what anyone has been able to see at this point. They seem to be focused on a door that is up in front of them. It's very difficult for more than 1 or 2 people to get a good look at the door, and the only torch available is on Ling, and he's, those of you who aren't near him, you're not getting much of his torchlight.
Gurundar, did we buy like 2 or 3 lanterns and a couple of oils and stuff like that?
and then I get shocked by electricity.
So nothing
Mhm.
shoot up.
No, I don't think so. And Link tried to open the door, try to push the door and get shocked as well. So as the samurai, they try to uh, break in and they get shot as well. So
And they disappeared
yeah,
as Vernon.
that's
That
probably
must
part
be
of
a
the trap.
teleportation trap.
Yeah, probably a random trap
Their
maybe.
disappearance probably has more to do with your appearance than their disappearance. Sylvie's estimating that her understanding of magic is two things were displaced as two things were replaced. They disappeared at the same time you appeared. But you are capable of making an arcanology check if you would like to see if the
All right,
description
all
they
right.
gave you about the door or anything might help. In the tower?
No, I didn't.
Can you see the tower?
Yes, I can.
Okay. In this case, there are so many options that you really don't want to take a guess of what it could be because it might lead you down, the wrong path. So you're not going to speculate what it may or may not be, other than it's obviously a warded magical trap.
So we have been thinking maybe the best way is to chop down the door. If the door is no
That
longer
would
easier, so will be the trap as well.
Sylvie is not certain, but she wouldn't talk much about it because she's not certain what's going on. She would stay back,
Hmm.
and Gurundrak would just, all right, if we are to chop the door, so be it.
Vernon says, I'm not sure if that works. I did see it electrify our other members, but up to you.
Actually, we still have another way is to go downstairs.
Yeah, we can go down.
Yeah, we can go down without opening the door. But then someone may get through the door and attack our back. Yeah, that's my concern.
I'll guard your back then, Gurundrak said.
All right.
Okay, sounds fair enough.
Sounds like a proper backguarder.
Okay, so we're all just heading down the stairs, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as long as no one is rushing, then no one is going to have any kinds of issues whatsoever going down the stairs. We don't need to worry about actual movement or anything along those lines. Um, Several hundred yards down the stairs, and probably the better part of 2 to 5 minutes, moving slowly and carefully down. The water beginning to start to fade, go down the stairs itself. Since there is a hole much higher, there is no end in sight. Would we like to push on for further?
Yes.
Okay. Another 200 yards
I'm
pass.
sorry. I'm looking at the party sheet formation. Who's who in there? I'm a little bit
Hold on.
confused. Is everyone there? Ah, okay.
So in this staircase, we're gonna have to move one by one. So I don't know if that's how you guys want yourselves to be or not, but that's how I
Yeah,
have
one
it
by
set
one.
up. Okay.
Okay.
So again, maneuvering and maneuvering down for quite some time, another 200 yards or thereabouts, making a total of 400 or approximately yards. 400 yards is 1,200 feet, so just under 300 meters that we've gone straight down with no end in sight.
Hmm.
Wow.
300 already.
So this, you're estimating you're probably 60 foot underground, if not more.
You want to go back up and see?
Do you want to go back up?
Shall we continue to walk down for another 10 minutes?
Okay.
Yeah, if we
All
still
right
can
then.
see an exit of this or entrance to somewhere else, then we will turn back.
Yeah, Gurundrak will just continue to guess how far they are deep down.
Hmm.
All right. So very quickly, just make your approximate depth underground check for me while we're continuing to go here, if you don't mind. So you go another, shall we say, 1,200 yards. Still no end in sight. At this point, you're probably closer to 110 feet underground.
Another 1,200 yards. That
Yes,
means,
so a
wow,
grand
we
total
are
of 1,500 yards or so.
What kind
1,500.
of stonework is that? Like,
It's
is it
worked.
human?
It's worked stone that has been carved into a fairly solid staircase, just unused. The water is obviously catching up with all of you. It's not flowing quickly, but with the hole that was, say 5 or 6 feet wide that the party made to come down, the rain is beginning to wash down, not in massive torrents or anything, but it has caught up with you at this point. And it doesn't appear to be pooling down anywhere soon, so the water is just moving at a fair pace, but just enough for you to notice when you step in it. That's about how much water has been down, has come down, because the rest of them will tell you they've been at this for hours. So they spent the better part of, 40 minutes digging their way in, and then the better part of 2 hours discussing what they would do. And by this point, one torch is completely gone. So we spent 2.5, almost 3 hours in this stairwell between the time at the door and coming all the way down here.
That's very strange. That's a very long staircase. Go back.
Yeah. Go back.
Okay.
All right.
So going back, if anybody is switching torches, it'll take another torch to go all the way back up to where you were. If you're just using the light, then that is perfectly fine, and there's no issue whatsoever with that.
We'll use the
So-
lantern.
So when we head back, is it the same distance?
Yeah, same distance.
Okay, so it's not like some weird going back is very short, but going down is forever.
Yeah, that is correct. It doesn't appear to be anything out of the ordinary other than, the same distance that you were expecting. A little bit longer because you were going upstairs.
Yeah.
But other than that, it doesn't appear to be much different.
Well, the dwarf is faster.
He's not really slowed down, let's say that.
Yeah. All right. So it's a really long corridor of staircases.
Yes.
So how are we going to open the door? Chop it down?
It is a wooden door, right?
Yes, it's a very
Yes.
thick, well-maintained wooden door.
Oh, right. How out of character, Howard? Is any of your characters a magic user? Like,
Yeah, Sylvie is a wizard.
okay, so Vernon will let you know that whenever Elark or anybody who tried to fiddle with the door, there was a symbol that showed up briefly. I don't know how relevant that is.
That's enough information for you to attempt to make another arcanology check if you would like.
Yeah, I would do.
Do that in the tower. So if it's the same symbol reappearing, it's some kind of a glyph tied directly to a wizard's sigil, and it will pretty much anything that intends to go through the door that isn't using some powerful magic such as pass wall would be affected by the shock. So your best bet would be to try to break it down in one go or set it on fire if it will burn.
Yeah, Sylvie relay that to the others
Hmm.
and start looking up.
Break it in one go. Okay.
So what that means is just game mechanics. Like Antonio, take a look at Preston's character sheet. Look at his main tab.
Yes.
See his strength,
Yes.
and you see where it says doors. Do you see where it
Yes.
says there's a little bracket that says it says 13 brackets 0?
Yeah.
The 0 is his chance to break open magically barred doors.
Ah.
Now that doesn't mean that someone else who isn't exceptionally strong couldn't help him. Someone else who was exceptionally strong may be able to provide a chance for him, but I'll show you just the difference in what it would be. You have an 1864 right now. Even if we change that to 18100, which is apparently something not working. There we go. No, why am I not working? Huh? What? Okay. Now, even if you changed it to 1800, which probably would be the effect if the dwarf were to help you somewhere around there, it would still only be a 6 in 20 chance to do so.
That's a 30% chance. That's not too bad.
And Vernon is out of heals. Preston already used his lay on hands on somebody who fell unconscious. I forgot who. Oh, must be Vernon then.
It was Vernon.
Yeah. So, Preston now only have 4 hit points left.
We have no
So
idea
if-
what Gurundrak has in the way of magics. He hasn't shared yet.
Yeah. If he does it and didn't succeed, he'll get shocked, and yeah, somebody else has to try it.
Yeah, let Gurundrak do some healing first on Preston.
Heal away.
Oh, nice.
I'll drag that to him
Okay,
since
cool.
it didn't go
Thank you.
through. I'll charge you a 1 hit point drag fee.
Oh,
Preston to him.
I rolled the wrong character.
That's
I
fine.
selected the wrong character.
No, you used the right character. Gurundrak, you just didn't have the right person targeted. That's fine.
Yeah.
And it didn't go through to anyone anyway, so. Or you have been, healed or, fairly healed. The sounds of
So we wanna try
cutting
it?
axes seem to be forming sort of like a knitting and sewing set upon your wound, closing it over and and healing it, causing it to scab mostly over. Still a bit of a wound there, and that is going to take some time to heal.
Yeah, Gurundrak will say, yeah, let me try it.
I would like
I'm in
to
good shape.
help Gurundrak. Sorry, Gurundrak, if you don't mind, our character, what's your strength?
18?
02.
18.
1802.
Ah, I can try it. I'm 1864.
Neither one of you alone has a chance to break open a magically locked door.
Yeah. So we'll have to work together on this.
All right then.
We'll use the crowbar to, if that helps in the situation or not, I
So
don't know.
the first thing that we have to do is we have to have Gurundrak. Gurundrak is going to have to be right at front of the door, helping you. If he's prying on a crowbar with you, or if he's pushing on the door with you, the two of you have to be there. And Gurundrak is the one who is assisting. So the first thing that he has to do is he's going to have to, make a successful strength check to assist. So that's just you roll your strength check in the open. And you just have to succeed to be able to, so you will be able to assist him, and the crowbar will provide one more effective point. So for this roll only, when you make your open doors roll, it will be as if you have an effective 19 strength, counting the dwarf helping you and the crowbar helping you. So
I think we have another crowbar, but I don't know if that will help.
it's only one crowbar can be used.
Okay,
So
got it.
otherwise, it would be the two of you both using crowbars to try to pry it open. So you're just enough space for one person to help you and one crowbar there. So you can roll this in the open. So just roll your open doors. The brackets is the one we want. It needs to be an 8 or lower. So roll that in the chat box in the open.
Oh, sorry.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, look at that. Both of them succeeded.
Yes. So it was the first one that says open magic door that we're talking about. The two of you need to make a saving throw versus spells.
Oh, fascinating. This, made it.
And if Gurundrak, who should also make his saving throw versus spells with his super con being a dwarf, but nonetheless he needs to make his saving throw versus spells.
Did it go out?
No, just try it again.
Oh, this one doesn't have the +2.
The +2, what do you mean?
Being a paladin and all that.
It said +4, so that's
is it?
2 from being a paladin and 2
okay,
from
okay.
something else. Maybe you accidentally put it. Nonetheless, you had a modified 17, which is what you needed. Both of you succeeded, so you're both going to take half of the electrical damage coming through, and half of that damage is 4. I will apply that to both of you as an electrical shock went through both of you at that point. But the door itself is opened.
Oh.
Yeah, finally.
Okay, let's move in.
Okay, one more cure light wound on Preston.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll pick up my second backpack and lantern again.
Which means that your shield is where?
Back.
Okay, on your back. Got you.
Yeah, on my back, yeah.
This is very obviously, as soon as you open the door, immediately to the left, there's a spiraling staircase going down. And this is obviously some kind of a very large, well-kept library, as 1 hit point of damage was healed to Preston.
Oh, okay.
I'm just stepping Preston in. Was anyone else following him in?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's going with
Vernon
him.
is following.
Okay, so then I will bring those individuals in. Just a moment. Where is Vernon? Vernon's way off in the middle of nowhere. That's okay. We can just quickly bring him like that. And I'm assuming that Elark and Sylvie are enjoying being in the dark, adjusting to their infravision.
I don't see I'm not sure where our positions are.
Oh, you couldn't? Yeah, because you were in the dark. Sorry. Can
We
you
don't
see
see the
yourself
map.
on the map now?
I don't even
I
see
cannot see the map.
Aha! I forgot about. I hadn't shared that with you. I forgot. I had unshared it. I was like, wait a moment. What happened?
We're blind. We're blinded.
So there's obviously a chair covered in dust, a ladder leading up to a floor-to-ceiling bookstore, not bookstore, bookshelf, and those curved things that you can see around the stone walls are also bookshelves full of books. Let me see skill-wise what anybody happens to have. Whoever has appraising, make an appraising check in the tower immediately upon glancing at this. You're taking a few moments to glance.
Yeah, sure. Tower.
So, if these books have any kind of magical knowledge or magical insight into them, then this is probably the better part of, say, 2,000 to 4,000 gold pieces worth of books. They're in good shape. They've obviously been protected from the weather for an extended amount of time. And they appear to be, fairly thick. Anyone who has ancient history can make an ancient, if the ancient history is Cormier, you can make an ancient history check. Anyone who has archaeology can make a check. But no other checks are allowed. Make those checks in the tower if you have those, yes. So, Sylvie, this tower sounds to you like a tower that you've actually heard of. You think there was a human conjurer named Rajik, which some of you may or may not have heard of before, who built this tower, but it's been abandoned for about 100 years. But if that's the tower that you're thinking it is, then somehow you have left Endholm, the inn in Endholm that you were in, and you've made it all the way to the hills to the far north by simply some kind of magical teleportation. And if it is that tower, it's been about 100 years or so since anyone has entered that tower. There are thought to be magical protections of a very dangerous nature in and about many of the floors of the tower.
Oh boy.
Some of you may have heard that name before.
Magical trouble.
Who was talking? No, who was talking to the innkeeper that was at the end of the side of the road?
Vernon and Preston was the one that we had a chat about.
Yeah.
Nigel and his previous. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. I remember now. Rajik is a name used by Nigel. Nigel is known by many names, and Rajik is one of them. This is his tower.
Oh, you mean we are actually on the right track?
Perhaps yes.
I'm just checking something on this tower very quickly. Okay, yeah, and I'll get it.
We're
Back to all
blinded.
of you. No, I just hid the whole map from you because there was something that looked like there was an issue with on my end, and now I fixed it. There we go.
So those books.
So it appears as if this place has just some kind of continual light going on about it.
It is very likely that all around us are trapped.
Oh, Vernon can see that there's definitely another set of stairs leading up.
Alak tried to look at the books and see if he found any trace of trap in these books.
Well, there are literally hundreds upon hundreds, perhaps as many as 1,000 when you count the two very large shelves on the walls. The center bookcase is, from ceiling to floor, and each of the books there's several hundreds of books there. it would take him days to make any,
Wow.
definitive determination about each individual book here. He cannot make a wide glancing guess at if they're all trapped or not.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So yeah. Hmm.
The
Well,
door
this is a
behind you has
tower.
closed.
Did
This
it
is a
close itself or
It appears to have closed itself, yes.
okay?
Do you remember the symbol of Nigel or Rajic? I'm asking the spellcasters in the party.
Remember the symbol of Nigel of
They
Rajic?
would have to make a heraldry check and a spellcraft check, or a heraldry and an arcanology check. The same person would have to make both checks.
Aha.
None of
I
us got
don't have
heraldry.
to-
That won't work. Heraldry. Let me see. I don't think Preston has any because he's very limited in skills.
But he would have to have both
Oh,
spellcraft and heraldry.
yeah. Vernon has heraldry, but
No
knows
spellcraft.
knows jack shit about spells.
Sylvie will go up to the ladder and
Sure.
try to see if there is anything on the ladder.
No, other than it looks to be fairly dust free. If she would just make an intelligence check in the tower, please. She's 100% certain that the cleanliness of this room and even the door itself just closing is because there's a permanent unseen servant whose job is to clean this room.
That's
Hmm.
fair enough.
Okay. Well, this is a
Sylvie
tower.
will take some time to inspect the shelf and
Okay.
the chair to see if there is some kind of crafting or inscription.
It's just a firm, nice, comfortable sitting chair. The shelves well crafted, well designed to last for an extremely long time. There may have been some magic applied to the wood to make them last longer, but she really wouldn't have any way of noticing that unless she were to try to detect magic.
Hmm.
There's lots and lots of books here. None of the books seem to have like an outside title. One book does seem to have a title sort of like written in a language upon it. She thinks it is common, but it doesn't quite look like common. So she's guessing it's Thoras Old Common. Can anyone read Old Common?
No.
No. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna turn off the light of the lantern to save the fuel.
Sure.
Hmm.
I don't know why there's a helicopter flying nearby my house. We got some escaped criminals nearby, or we either have an accident on the highway.
Oh shit! It's the cops, mate. Oh wait, you're white. Yeah, no need to worry about it.
Sylvie will try to check on the books. See, say, is there a pattern of?
There's
Sure,
no
sure.
pattern whatsoever that she can recognize. There's lots of books, hundreds and hundreds of books just on this section she's at. But then there's an even larger swath of books in the. If you'll look at the tower itself, you can see there's these large built-in stone bookcases that curve all the way around, and they are from floor to ceiling full of books as well. Even if these books themselves have no magical knowledge in them, being able to bring these books to a place to sell them would truly be worth what Elark had guesstimated earlier. You know, the neighborhood of 2,000 to 3,000 gold pieces just for their paper contents and what knowledge they might contain, irregardless of any magical knowledge or truly significant historical knowledge that was there.
So, am I correct in understanding that all these books, while nice and all that, they look exactly the same, and you cannot.
No, they
see
don't look
any...
exactly the same, but none of them are noted. There's like some that have green covers, some have blue covers. There doesn't
No
appear to
title.
be any immediate pattern. Some of them are just loose leaf, paper put in some kind of leather binding. But
Yeah.
there doesn't appear to be any immediate pattern or anything.
Any titles to them? There are titles, right?
No, 2 books have something written upon them, and they are close to where Sylvie is. The rest of them have nothing written upon their spines.
Wow. Okay.
2 books
Take a look
do.
at the 2 books.
Now, there's many ways to create such an issue here. Sylvie, would you just make a spellcraft check in the tower, and Elark, you can make a spellcraft check in the tower as well.
Yeah.
So, Elark is convinced that if something was written upon the titles here, the bindings of these books, it was done so in a way that's not immediately visible to the eye, and maybe read magic or some even more powerful magics would reveal such titles. Sylvie seems to believe that it's a much more complicated kind of organizational system that's probably based off of the mind of the individual who did the organization. So you're getting 2 different answers there. Very little ways to determine who is right and who is wrong. But the 2 that you can see something that is written upon them, they are written in what is obvious to Sylvie, Old Common, and she herself was much too young, to pay much attention when people were trying to teach her that language that humans were almost stopping speaking when she was born.
Based on our understanding of common, can we at least understand a little bit of it?
No.
Oh, okay. So, I guess the books are very heavy, right?
Well, you can pick some of them up and find out. You can assume that most of the books are going to weigh between 1 to 5 pounds. A couple of them may weigh less than a pound. There might be one that weighs 8 or 9 pounds.
Try to look at the. I'm looking at the bookshelf in front of me and pick the thickest one and pull it out.
Okay.
Yeah, and start turning the pages and try to see what's inside.
Well, what languages can you read?
I can read Common for sure and Elven.
These are definitely not written in Common or Elven. They are probably written in this older form of Common that we have just been discussing.
Oh, okay.
There does appear to be one little piece that you were able to decipher that is written in Common. Would you make a reading and writing Common check in the tower?
Okay. Reading and writing. Common.
Okay, just a moment. This appears to be the only piece of information written in Common near the end of the book.
Oh. Okay, I read this out. By the end of his career, Corbus became consumed with research on what he called simply the greatest summoning spell. Oh, what this was exactly is unknown, but it appears he was successful. A colleague, Ventroft, the Rain, an important magic user at the time, visited the aging conjurer in his waning years. Corbus declared he had indeed mastered this highly complex spell, but that he found its discovery ultimately unsatisfying. The spell was so complex, in fact, that it took an entire book unto itself. Oh, maybe that each book here may be a spell.
Yeah.
Corbus died shortly thereafter. The book has never been found. Interesting, huh?
Sylvia standing near the stairs that lead up.
What's up the stairs?
Moving up to the stairs, there's another very thick wooden door that looks very much like the door that you used to enter this room. It goes up just a little more than 15 feet, so you're guessing that it's going to be leading to the floor directly above you.
Alak is taking one book and putting the book into his backpack. A random one.
Okay, you've taken a random book and put it in your backpack. Say it weighs 2 pounds. Sylvie,
2 pounds,
make
okay.
a wisdom check in the tower.
Yep. Wisdom. Wisdom is not my strength.
Sylvie,
This-
make a wisdom check. Yeah, not a lark.
Oh, okay.
Here we are, Sylvie. It wasn't easy for you to notice. It took you a moment to notice that.
Alright. Go back to the door we came in, see if there's anything written on the door.
You can't walk through the bookcase, so we'll have you walk around the bookcase. She's like, I'm going to walk through the bookcase here. There doesn't appear to be on this side, but there may very well have been on the other side.
See if I can push open the door.
It opens relatively easy. It pulls in towards you. Peeking out on the door frame on the outside, there is a Z that no one else seemed to have noticed. It is on the door frame itself, just above it.
Alright, come back in.
When you move
There's a-
away from the door itself, it closes.
There's a Z on top of the door frame outside, and there's an R on top of the door frame in that direction.
Where's that direction?
On top of the staircase.
It means the staircase leading up to the second floor.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
See, ow.
Has our wizard companion, I mean, has Nigel has other companions?
Nigel had dozens of companions, none for extremely long times.
Sorry, what was the name of the wizard here? Rajek?
Rajik.
Rajik is a name that Nigel used to use. There's a number of other ones, if I can recall.
Hmm.
So Rajak is still represented as a powerful wizard.
Even at this point, yes. And this tower, to the best of everyone's knowledge, has been sort of lost and unentered for around 100 years or so.
He seems to be an extremely powerful red wizard. Might be a conjurer.
Do you want to tell them
I
who you're
think
talking
we
about?
Rajik. Yes. Rajik seems to be an extremely powerful red wizard. Um, uh, could be a conjurer for all we know.
fits the description of Nigel.
Yes. Nigel, Rajik, same person. Give me a sec. Let me grab my notebook. I mean, in the real world.
Sure, no problem. Your second is up. Okay, so he has lost his notebook. Anything he says from now on, you have to ignore. He wanted only a second. Anybody else been reading up recently on the effects of copper and bone health and things? Anyone?
No.
Okay. Just wondering. I have, and about 2 weeks ago, I bought a copper ring just to test it out to see if it would help any of the aches and pains in my right arm, because I've broken so many bones over the years and dislocated so many things, and I'm missing tissue in various parts of my body. Like in my kneecap, I only have 20% tissue. My right shoulder only has about 40% of the tissue it's supposed to have. Um, and I think the copper ring is helping a bit. I'll give it another couple of weeks, but if it continues to work, I'm also going to buy a copper water bottle.
Oh, you was.
How interesting.
And do your own research on it, etc., and find out. But someone who was I learned about it from someone who practiced the Sikh religion. So a gentleman that I knew, told me about it. And I spent just like a very 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 insignificant amount of money on the copper ring, and the copper ring helps my pinky right next to it, and the pinky on my right hand has been broken several times, including once earlier this year when I had to put it in that plastic cast for 8 weeks, but it's also been dislocated about 5 times in my life, and then broken 2 other times.
Hmm.
So my
No, no,
pinky
no.
is all weird and bent out of shape and all that, and you know, but the copper makes it hurt a bit less. I'm beginning to feel and notice that.
Oh, that's
Oh,
something
by the
good.
way, Nigel is indeed a very powerful conjurer.
We all know that.
Yeah. Oh, I just had to read my notes to know that again.
Alrighty, people. We're just wandering around this place going do 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 do. If nonetheless, this place does give you the sense that it's a safe place to rest overnight.
I may
Yeah.
have to change my spell if that's the case.
Yeah. That is a that is something that's most welcome since I don't have spells and Preston's out of his lay on hands.
Even the section of the door that you thought you broke when you forced it open has been repaired. So anyone coming from the other side that didn't know how to get into the door would have to break open the door. And even if they knew how to open the door, it's such a heavy door, it would probably wake most of you up when it opens.
Hmm.
So the door itself is actually self-mending?
It appears to
Yeah.
be, and this is what Sylvie truly thinks, that the unseen servant was somehow imbued with the ability to cast mending,
Oh,
which is
okay.
not an impossibility. It's a very common thing for real archmages who don't have trustworthy apprentices to do.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Wait, is that spiral staircase just beside the door?
There is a little spiral staircase beside the door that seems to go down.
Oh, all right.
Want to investigate the endpoint of that? Hopefully, it's a door.
I would say we should take a rest here first before
Okay.
we explore any further. Because like I said, this place is very much going to be magically trapped on so many levels.
Yeah.
We need healing.
Okay,
That is
so
correct.
are we setting up any kind of watches or anything, or are we all just resting?
What do you call this?
I don't know.
Preston can take the third watch.
Okay.
Does
Yeah.
Sylvie need a full rest
Well, because
if
she's
she's
only
going to?
attempting to change first level spells, she
Yes.
needs at least 4 hours of reverie. She needs 8 hours of reverie to consider to be fully rested for other purposes, but just to change her magic, she only needs 4 hours of reverie.
All right, then she'll take the last watch, I would say.
How many watches are you having?
Uh,
3.
three
Okay.
watchers. I think Ling and Alak can take 2 watchers. Yeah. Oh no. Alak need to be change his spell as well. So Ling can take a watch.
All right, Link take a first watch, and Sylvie take the second watch.
Preston will take numbers 3.
All right.
4 hours each.
Okay. So Gurundrak and Alok are not taking watches, correct?
Correct. Because Gurundrak needs to fully recover his spell.
He only needs a 4 hour window to do that. He needs 8 hours of sleep to be considered fully rested, but because he's only casting first level spells, he only needs to rest for 4 hours to do that.
All right.
We're
But
using the first edition spell recovery rule. Remember? Let me just
yeah.
yeah. So for all of
Well,
you, you only have first and second level spells. You only need to rest for 4 hours. 8 hours is what you need to avoid travel fatigue. But that 8 hours doesn't have to be consecutive. The 4 hours does have to be consecutive if for you to be able to have your spells recovered, right?
Gurundrak
Burial.
will help with
Okay.
the first watch then.
Okay, no problem.
Ling do not have any spell or special ability yet, so Ling can take the middle watch.
Okay, he doesn't want to be with the dwarf. He's like, fuck you. I'm
Fuck
not
you,
staying out with
Shorty.
a dwarf. What are you talking about?
Him and those pudgy arms and tree trunk legs.
Well, needless to say, the entire night is truly uneventful anyway. Nothing comes to bother you at all. This feels to be perhaps the safest place that you have rested in an exceptionally long time. Anyone who needs to change their spells may do so, as it is bright and early the very next morning. If you will hold on. You said you were resting for 12 hours from that point. No, it's the 10th. It should be the 10th. Why did it not go to the 10th? Okay, let me reset that. It didn't go to the 10th. It should be the 10th.
Oh, the.
There we go. So, whatever you're doing with your spell or spells, let me know. It's 10 minutes per spell level. So, if you're changing a lot of spells, etc., you know.
Oh, by the way, the holy water should be all spent.
Okay,
I just found. Yeah, I blessed 5 strips of leather from one of.
no problem. Then
I
just get
forgot
rid of the
who.
holy water that you don't have.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Is Vernon changing any of his spells?
Yes, he is. He's all packing Cure Light Wounds.
So he's changing. So he'll have three cure light wounds. What did he have before?
He had, for some reason, he had 2 blesses.
Okay, so it takes him 20 minutes
Yeah.
to change his spells. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember he had 2 Cure Light and a and command, not hold person. But it's okay. Today it's 3
Yeah,
Cure
but
Light.
he has hold person as a granted ability from his priesthood.
No, no. I mean command.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
It's okay. I'll change that to Cure Light.
All right. So, and is Elark changing his spell? Is Sylvie's changing her spells? Is Gurundrak changing his spells to anything?
Yes, Alak is changing the sleep to charm person.
Okay, that's good because the paladin is susceptible to your charms. What about Gurundrak and Sylvie's?
Alright. Speak with Astral Traveler and Cure Light Wound. Sylvie will change to Detect Magic.
Understood. She kicks the spell, the spell filter in the group for forcing her to memorize Detect Magic.
Alak has 1 use of detect magic as well.
Is it who had the strips of leather?
The stripper.
In leather.
I have 8 of them. 7 of them, shall we?
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I have used 1 of them.
Is the armor effect on you?
Yes.
I don't see it on you. Okay, there it is. I just couldn't find it for a moment. It just didn't want to appear. Okay, so it is bright and early the next morning. Make sure you remove a day's worth of your rations as well. Of course, your water skins are empty because it's been a whole day and you haven't had any place to refill those. You'll have to figure out what you're going to do about that as well. So if anybody was memorizing Create Water or anything, I'm happy to let you do that. I don't mind. Otherwise, you're going to have to go back out and find a mud pool or see if it's still raining.
But we need at least 1 drop of. Oh, alright.
Now,
One
Preston
drop
had 3, so.
Who had 3?
Preston.
So Preston has 2 now that are full.
Yeah, 2 out of. I'll put 2 out of 3.
So that's 1 water skin is essentially enough water for a person, an adventurer, in a day.
I'll change the speak to Astral Traveler to Create Water.
Okay, not a problem whatsoever. With Create Water, obviously that's the first thing you're going to cast this morning. You can refill everyone's water skins. We're just saying that everyone is lining up right beside you to make sure that their water is going in their water skins. We're not abusing it or, causing you to have to try to aim with a spell like that, okay? So everyone's wineskins are completely full, including Preston's 3rd empty wineskin. There we are. We are ready to go, wounded and all.
Do we regain any hit point?
No.
Oh, okay.
If you sleep in a proper bed and, it's proper full day rest, yes.
Alright, is there anybody's arrows with Detect Magic? Because I would like to detect what kind of magic lies in this room.
Alak has 1 use of detect magic for today.
Alright, I'll let you check some other things. Sylvie will cast Detect Magic to look around this room.
So she's able to look around the room itself. The entirety of the room radiates magic, which is something that she expected. But the ceiling, the floor, the bookshelves, the books, even a little bit off of some of your companions, like their holy symbols or one of the spell books that is in Ilark's bag, probably. You need to roll percentile dice in the tower for me.
Vernon will cast a Cure Light Wounds on Preston.
Okay, do
because-
that as Sylvie's is rolling percentile dice in the tower.
I don't know how to.
Okay, look at your dice, right?
Cool.
Do you see
Yeah.
your dice in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen? The D10 on the far right side of that is percentile dice. Just left-click that and drag that to the tower.
All right.
She's not certain of exactly what kinds of magic are coming out, most likely because there's more than one type of magic.
Try to see if the chair has magic.
Well, at this point, the spell has expired.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
All right.
We are
Just
doing what,
wait
people?
for the spell. All right then. We can either go down or go try the door up the stairs.
Go down first.
I would suggest going down because we don't know if there's a door or not downstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least going up, we know there's a door.
All right then. Let's start heading down.
Okay. Once you start going down the stairwell, you're going to need some light sources. So what light sources are we attempting to use?
I'm gonna light my lantern. I don't know how many hours left on that, but I did
About
turn
an
it off.
hour.
Okay.
Okay. So
Me being Vernon. Sorry. Preston.
yeah, Preston's going. That's not a problem. So Preston's got that. Yes.
I will leave my other backpack inside that room.
Okay, that's not a problem. Just make sure that you have that unequipped, and whatever's in that backpack has been left there too.
Yes.
So-
Lots of brasses.
This is a well-maintained staircase, not dusty. Either not dusty because nothing has been able to become dust, or because something has been cleaning it exceptionally well. It's a well-built stone staircase with stone railings all the way down. It is somewhat narrow, so Preston is having to, sort of scrunch his shoulders in a bit to be able to go down. After the better part of 30 minutes, you are no closer to the bottom than you were when you began. That's what it looks like, I should say.
Wow.
So given the tight quarters of this, in 30 minutes, if the dwarf would make an approximate detection of depth underground. You're probably 170 feet straight down under the ground at this point.
Is this
Wow.
staircase completely enclosed?
Yes, it is completely enclosed by smooth worked stone.
Another endless staircase.
Circular, right? This one.
Yes, this one is circular. And at 30 minutes, we sort of stopped at 30 minutes because we know that we've got that much more light left on this oil flask.
Well, continue down then.
Okay. Another 30 minutes, you're going to need to change oil flask. And that's been a solid hour.
Okay.
Wow. Every staircase leading downward is endless.
What are we attempting to do? We
If we
estimate,
cannot
the
go up,
dwarf can try to estimate the depth below ground again if he would like.
Yes.
Okay. You are probably closer to 300 foot at this point than what you realize. You're not able to move at Preston's full speed. He is slowed a bit, having to walk and keep his shoulders because he's such a wide man that his shoulders actually rub the sides of the walls. But you're still making good time. And within that hour, you've walked 300 foot straight down.
That's
And
really deep.
no apparent end can be made whatsoever.
So how many orange do we still have?
So I have one left. Somebody took another lantern and 3 flasks. I don't know who that is.
That is on Gurundrak.
Got it. I have one in the lantern, one more extra flask left.
Can still go on with darkness, but I'm afraid everyone is going to suffer, and we will probably start using the torches.
do you want to push on going downward? There may be another endless staircase.
This is so bizarre.
I'm happy for you gentlemen to do whatever you would like to do.
But we still have the torches.
Well, you still have a number of hours worth of, oil light, right?
Yeah.
So we have, what's on our message of the day? Does that show? Did I put it on there? Character creation guidelines. That's what I want to see. What do you mean I open a module that's not installed? Ah, that's right. I changed the picture. Let me fix that very quickly. Because I just forgot exactly how long one flask lasts, and I need to look. If you don't mind. I think I recall, but I could be a moron. Or a more off, as William likes to say. You're a more off. That always offends me because I can't spell off.
And you got more of it.
I know, right? This hurts my feelings terribly. Firing into melee, hovering on death's door, rolling ability scores, dwarves, elves, monkeys, cats, dogs, thieves, spell books.
Hamsters.
I know, right? The giant space hamsters. Reference manual, reference manual. Did I not put light sources here? Training for level advancement, what you can do it around. I did not put light sources there. Okay, let me find just light sources in the player's handbook very quickly. My apologies again for wasting your time. You gentlemen can be discussing whether you're going to continue going down or going back up at this point.
Oh, we did 30 minutes down already, right?
Yes, on the no. I'm saying you just switch flask. You've done a total of 1 hour. A total of 1 hour down. You just switched flask.
Okay. So what do you want to do? One more hour?
So the oil only can last for 1 hour.
No.
Because I still have torches.
A couple of hours. I don't know how many couple. Maybe 5? I don't know.
I'm about to tell you.
Yeah.
I just got to find the exact table. I think it's 2.5, but I'm not certain. So you guys discuss you're going down, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for 1 more hour.
Another hour down, nothing is bothering you. Things are obviously fairly well cleaned on this staircase. It's easy to maneuver down, except for the width of it. Seems to continue on for well beyond what you can imagine at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did I miss light? Give me a moment to find my light sources. Movement, encumbrance, basic, creatures, getting into and out of armor sizes, natural armor classes, ugly people. You guys didn't know they had ugly people section in the player's handbook, did you?
No, I didn't.
There's one.
No. It's just a picture of me.
Hmm.
You guys are gonna make me
Does
open up my regular player's handbook.
Does anybody have like sling bullet or? Nobody did.
Oh, I have arrows.
Oh
I
yes,
don't know any of those.
an hour and a half. It is not as directional. Hooded lantern. Sorry, a single flask of oil will burn for 6 hours because we had 1 hour left on the oven, so 6 hours
Hmm.
in a hooded lantern. So you've burned for an hour at this point. You've gone a total of 2 hours down. You have 5 hours left in that one flask of oil.
Yeah. So we can head back up, I guess. It's gonna be the same as the other guy. Anybody has a sling bullet or?
I don't. I have
Okay.
arrows. No bullet.
Yeah. I was hoping maybe like a rock or something, but I don't think there's any of these loose rocks lying about in this area.
There's not really you might be able to pry something off of the wall if you want to take a moment to try to, use a dagger or something to try to break out a section of stone or something mortared in the wall. That would be relatively easy enough for you to get a small
Okay.
rock.
Okay, I'll do
Do
that.
that.
Takes you just a couple of moments to do so.
Take a chip.
You got a chip of it there. What would you like to do with that?
I'm gonna throw it down to the ladder and listen how far it goes. If it ever stops.
Probably 3 to 5 minutes after
It's
you
still,
began listening, you can't hear it.
but it was like tock tock tock, and
Yes.
it fade, and it
Just faded away for you to
it
hear.
never stopped abruptly.
So,
Wow, that's
Sylvie can make an intelligence check in the tower. No one else is wise enough or intelligent enough to be able to try to come up with a proper guesstimate on something like that. It's probably about a mile deep, Sylvie. A
Wow.
mile is 5,285 feet or so. And that's
530.
really you just taking a solid guesstimate based off of how quickly it disappeared, but it didn't stop. You heard it for about 6 minutes, whereas the human heard it for about 5. And at this rate, you really you're only able to move maybe 150 to 200 feet down because of the way that how big of a person Preston is, and you can't really run down these stairs. You're having to be careful going down these stairs. Any one slip and someone would most likely tumble to their death. So you're moving maybe 200 feet at best per hour, going down slowly, tight-knit quarters here. If you've made it 300 feet or 450 feet or 500 feet, you still have in excess of 5,000 feet to go. And assume that, 300 feet or so is an hour.
Mm. Yeah, let's head back up.
All right.
Yeah, it's way too deep, this thing.
By the time you
Yeah,
make
so
it
I
back up to the room, what were you trying to say there, Ling?
I will suggest we go back up and check the second floor.
Okay, by the time you make it
Huh?
back up, it is around 1 o'clock, 1:10 or so in the afternoon.
Yeah. I
Wow.
will once we're back in the room, I'll turn off the lantern.
Okay, no problem. So that lantern should have 3 hours of light left in it.
Alrighty, yeah.
What are we doing?
Check the second floor.
Sure.
Yeah, check the stair.
Well, the stairs, someone's already walked all the way up the stairs. Sylvie did. She
See.
spotted a letter somewhere up there. She hasn't shown you exactly where the letter was.
Yeah, you mean the letter in the middle of the room?
No, there's a letter at the top of the staircase, remember?
Yeah. All right.
Letter R. Let's hope it's restroom.
Well, yeah. See if there's any way to
When you can quickly
open up
show
the door.
them the letter R without much of an issue.
Yeah.
And you do that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no problem. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're able to do that without much of an issue.
That's carved, right? Into
Carved
the
at the apex of the door frame itself.
hmm.
Yeah. There's the letter R.
Correct, the letter R.
I point at the door frame.
All right. You have pointed at the door frame. And the door frame has
Name is
accepted being pointed
Rajek.
at. You say that
The name
aloud?
the name of the wizard is Rajek, right?
Rajik.
Rajik.
Nigel, Rajik.
Uh,
Same.
I would say the name Rajik in front of the door.
Nothing happens.
Sylvie will step down and Gurundrak will take point to try to open the door.
Okay.
Push or
It is a
you
magically
want to
closed door. So, alone, without any assistance, he has a very minimalistic chance just with the crowbar. But if without the crowbar, he has no chance to open such a door.
Hey, Preston, give
I'll
me a hand
help
here.
out.
Okay. So you're helping him?
Yeah, we'll do the same.
Okay,
as
so
we did
Gurundrak, you
for
need
the-
to make a successful strength check, please.
Oh, Gurundrak or Preston?
He's assisting you.
Gurundrak assisting.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, assisting guy rolls first.
So he has succeeded. Just roll a d20, Preston. It'll be the same thing as if you had a 19 strength. I'll put that on your character sheet if you want me to, but you were able to. Well,
Oh, yes,
Vernon
yes.
rolled
Lower.
it, but Vernon's like, I'll help. The two of you break open that door, and I will quickly bring you and show you what the two of you can see if you'll just hold on a moment. All right. Please give me 600 years to sort that out for you.
1 year, 600.
Go sleep.
That is I got confused for a moment. I was like, why can't I drag into the map? And I forgot I'm dragging onto the wrong map. I was like, it's not working. Howard, you broke it. Okay. Now, breaking open this, Preston stumbles into the room. Let me share this with the two individuals who see this. Only Gurundrak and Preston see this room. And I need both of them to roll a d10 as if they were surprised. If they have alertness or anything, they are more than welcome to roll that check first.
Ling has alertness.
Ling is on a different floor.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, neither Gurundrak nor Preston can be surprised. So everyone else has a -6 to your surprise check for this round. If you have alertness, you may make that alertness check. You have a -6 because not only are you 15 feet below, but the sound of your two companions is making a lot of noise. And whoever rolled the d20, that's the wrong... Oh, I see your... It's like,
Alertness.
ha ha!
Okay.
So in your
Okay,
case, Vernon, you are...
Oh, I forgot
9
to
minus
pick a
6 is a 3, so that's surprised.
Okay. sorry,
Ling,
yeah.
make your surprise check only at -5.
Okay.
And Sylvie is surprised. And Ling is surprised. You rolled a 5. That's what we're modifying it. 7 minus 5 is 2, so we've got that. No issues whatsoever. Okay. There's a loud sound coming from just to the south of you, Preston, and it is very deep and very deafening. And Elark is not surprised.
Yeah.
So we will get to Elark. What was Elark like to try to do?
Climb up the stair and hide at the back of my companions and look what's inside.
So you're trying to move and hide, or move then hide?
Move then hide.
Okay. So should you move more than half your movement, you won't be able to make any hiding attempts, just so you're aware.
Okay.
So roll your default movement initiative. Gurundrak, what are you doing?
Is that? I'm not sure what. Are
It's
we
definitely
hearing
the sound
right
of some
now?
kind of a giant ape.
Well, he is going to ready his axe and getting prepared to chop things.
Okay. So that's in...
But he's just on high alert, but he cannot see anything.
Yeah, he can't quite see
I mean,
anything just
he's-
yet because Preston is in front of him. Preston, what are you
Yeah.
going to do?
Is Preston the one with the
Move
light?
and
or
then
something?
ready to engage.
Preston
whatever
has a
hostile-
lantern in one hand. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Move
unequip
and
your
then,
shield for me.
Yes, I will.
I just did it. Never mind, sir. Sorry.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
I'm gonna move and ready my broadsword to.
Okay, so that's your broadsword initiative. Roll that, please. And then, Gurundrak, you have to add your axe initiative, but an additional +1. You want me to roll that for you, Gurundrak?
Was looking at the. Yeah, I was looking for the.
No problem. At 7:16, got you. So the first thing to act is going to be obviously this creature that you can see that just bounds up to very near to where you are readily without much of an issue and begins to pummel one fist. Obviously more later, but one fist. This is a gigantic ape. You truly have not seen such a ferocious looking ape ever, to be honest with you. You know, it's just a huge, hairy ape with some silver on its back, like this large silverback gorilla coming to pummel you with its first arm slashing down, or bashing down at you there, Preston. Bashing into your chest for 1 point of damage as your armor absorbed much of that. You could try to move past it. You don't know how intelligent the animal is. Nonetheless, you do have to make sure you're facing it if you're just going to attack it. If you're trying to maneuver past it and the creature is intelligent, it would be able to get an attack of opportunity on you.
I would like to move slightly around so that my compatriots have space.
Okay,
Can I
so remember,
shuffle to the
moving
south?
north is into that bookshelf, so you'll have to move south.
Yeah, I'm gonna shuffle south by moving sideways. I don't know.
Okay,
If
not a problem whatsoever. That still provokes an attack of opportunity, but that will put you
Okay.
just to right there.
Okay.
And the creature will, as you're leaving that area, try to pummel you again with its fist.
Okay.
But it will not have time to turn its facing. It's just trying to pummel you as you go. You have a flanking bonus of +1 to hit this thing.
All right. Let me see. Where's that? Actions.
Yeah, broadsword.
Yeah. Take
It
this.
will do large damage with your broadsword.
Ha!
Would you like to take double die damage or
Double die
another
damage.
attack? Okay, so to do double the broadsword damage, just roll broadsword
Which
damage
is
twice.
less than that. Large, right?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, wait a minute.
I
Oh,
had
he
the
did it
crits were
already.
turned on. That's fine, no problem.
Okay,
so
cool.
you slice this thing and killed it right where it stood. Blood coming out on you. Obviously, the same color of blood of you. Its body is lying, twitching where it stands.
Wow.
Huh?
Why is he the one with
Oh, wait.
Ray's icon?
I target myself.
He chopped.
That is correct. Hold on. Take that damage off of you.
Yeah.
And as you can see, it's still enough damage to kill the gorilla. And it still was a critical hit on the gorilla.
Oh.
You stabbed
There you go.
yourself.
I'll tell you after your game why I'm looking at you when you said gorilla.
Okay. All right, what are we doing?
Stephen, can you share the map again?
The map that you are on, yes.
Thank you.
Preston is gonna move and to see if there's any more threats.
Okay. Doesn't appear to be.
Gurundrak will move in and then make sure everyone just make sure there's nothing else.
There's another set of stairs going up on the other side. Is everyone
Gurundrak
coming
just
to this floor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gurundrak just say go back and say yeah, it's safe here.
Oh, can you remove the unconscious on me? Sorry.
No, I like you being unconscious. If you just change your hit points, it'll change it for you.
The effect seems to be still there.
Really?
I did change.
Now let's try. What does it say now?
It still say unconscious DMG owes it 1.
Okay, hold on. Let me take care of that in just a second. I'm trying to get Sylvie to where Sylvie is in this room, and it seems to be not pretending that Sylvie is not a token. Sylvie, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Ling, Preston. Oh, Vernon is not a token. No, Vernon is not a token. Vernon is a drag machine. Okay, now I will handle that on you, as you did not take 13 points of damage. You are not dying. Next time, do not attack yourself. You horrible, horrible person. Committing suicide here in front of everyone. All right. This time, there's a set of stairs leading up. This appears very much like the floor beneath you,
I cannot see the image.
because I haven't shared it with you and I don't like you.
I know that. Okay, there are more bookshelves.
Yes, sir.
Hmm. Same as those.
Well,
At
you
the
can't
museum.
say that they are exactly the same, but there's at least, a similar number, and the layout is similar, although the ladder happens to be on a different side at this point.
Gurundrak will circle around the chamber, and
Okay.
then Sylvie will try to see if there is another ladder on top of the next staircase.
Well, you move to the next staircase, and Gurundrak is circling around, which he doesn't want to be drugged to the map either. For some reason, I can't get individual tokens to drag to the map. They just drags my combat tracker. So, obviously, maneuvering up to the top of this floor here that you can see, there is. Hold on. What appears to be another R above the door.
Is there no other illumination in this room other than?
Oh, this room is
our
perfectly
lantern?
lit.
See, ow.
What exactly is the illumination?
This appears to be some kind of magical lighting. What was that? Somebody have a phone going off?
I don't know what the hell that is. It looks like some fucked up alarm bell or something.
It's like do 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 tick, do tick, do.
Sorry, what was the illumination in the room?
It appears to be some kind of magical lighting.
All right.
What was that sound? Who got the phone call? Must be William, because he's not talking to us. He's like, I had an important phone call.
Yeah, it's me.
Okay. We're happy for you. You. All right. One thing that Preston notices when he's walking by, there appears to be a slip of paper that is just under the ladder, sort of folded over.
I'll pick that up and have a look.
Can he read and write common? Yes, he can.
Yes, he can.
There you are.
What is it?
I'll show it to you guys. So, dear Rose, Jillian, and Alder, I hope this letter finds you well. I trust life with your mother is pleasant. My work continues apace, and though it is hard and frustrating at times, I believe in my heart it shall bear such fruits in the end. But enough about my work, for it is that which has kept me so long from you. Know that in all the world there is nothing I love more than you, my three prized jewel. I'm deeply sorry that my studies have prevented me from spending more time with you than I have being a proper father.
Oh,
But it's a lot, and but such is the life of a great wizard, which is crossed out. I only hope you can accept my apologies. Know that as soon as time permits, I will hasten to your side and always.
I'm sorry. That's it. There's an A above that door, Sylvie, not an R.
so it's CRA
Oh,
or ARC. Hey guys, I need to drive my wife home. The last minibus has already departed Shunshui, but I will continue be on Discord and I will be talking on this.
Well, don't get
But just
into a car
yeah.
crash just to play a game.
no, I won't.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. Yeah, but if there is some dice roll or some movement need to make on the map, I need Stephen's help on this.
Okay.
Okay,
You guys
thank
want to keep
you.
playing, or what?
I'm going to keep praying on
Okay, I meant
Discord.
Howard and Antonio. I just wanted to make sure that this
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah, yeah.
off-putting for them.
All right.
Okay.
So I'll show them the parchment.
Okay.
It looks like a piece of letter.
This is the parchment for those of you who can actually read. Apparently, Sylvie and the dwarf can see it. I see. What are we doing, folks?
Sure, Vernon and Preston are his daughter. I mean, his sons.
Yes. Bastard didn't include my name.
Yeah, that's what
This is
Sylvie
from
was thinking.
100 years ago.
Vernon, have a look at this. That bastard.
Didn't add your names.
This is from 100 years
Wow,
ago.
this guy
Forget not.
is really old. This guy. Couple hundred years ago.
Sylvie doesn't think it's old.
Nigel.
He's a gray elf.
Making
She
bastards
was like,
since 1842.
Alak is looking at the bookshelves. Can I see if there is any book that seems to have been moved and not in its proper position?
By the way, Lark,
Doesn't appear to be, no.
do you know
No,
of
okay.
any mage by the name of either Rose or Jillian or Alder?
No,
How about Sylvie?
doesn't ring a.
then,
I would have
you
thought that,
mean
Rajik's son, children might follow his footsteps. But since this is hundreds of years old, these could have been archmages as well.
Yeah, that's right.
try to think about that?
Anyone has ancient
Collect
history?
any memory? I had ancient history in King's Landing. I mean, not King's Landing. Sorry, King's Forest.
Okay, well, that's
Sylvie has received information
Yeah,
because she's a
just
genius.
think about it.
well. No wonder we're not in the list. We're too dumb to be in the list.
She's a genius. She has a 19 intelligence.
Who's Jillian and Elder? That could be the initial of the door letters could be the initial of these children. You remember the R? That could be Rose. This one could be an A, meaning elder. And
What about
the
a Z?
door that I think the Z is actually a J because it looks like an ugly Z. Or it's just being worn out. I think it's a combination of AJR for the Z.
ARJ.
AJR. Oh, I think it's more like an
I think
AJR.
the lowest one, the lowest door is initialed with a C, right?
It's a wrong Z. It's probably a worn out letter.
Oh, okay. So it should be a J.
It should be somewhere
Mm,
around the AJR.
uh-huh. Hmm.
Okay. Well, there's a whole library to search, so
The last one could be J. I would say we can.
You would say we can.
AJR. I don't think that's complete. Perhaps we can go to the next floor and see
let's see what letter is
what's
on the
marked.
door.
Sylvie will knock on the door and say, "Elder."
So the door itself opens when you say that. If you'll give me a moment, I'll show you what you can see.
Whoa.
I'll put Sylvie there. Hold on. Was there anyone behind her? No?
Yes,
No.
Vernon
Vernon. Okay.
and Preston. Yeah.
And Preston, I see. So Sylvie, let me drag you there. Please hold on. Sylvie.
What is it? What can you see?
The door opened
I said pit.
automatically. You don't see anything just yet, so because I'm dragging the miniatures to the correct direction. Right. And Preston. What? Oh, I'm not going to share it with everybody. I'm just going to share it with Preston and Sylvie and Vernon. So the first thing that you see, actually, almost as soon as you open the door itself opens fine, but there's an image that is relatively frightening that's just a handful of feet away from you. And a loud lion's roar is heard. So the three of you, if you have alertness or anything, make an alertness check. Otherwise, just make a normal surprise check. Those of you on the floor beneath will have to make a surprise check at a -2. I will make the surprise checks for Elark and Tom the junkie.
Who's underneath though? Would that be Preston? Where's the front?
So Preston is at the bottom of the stairs. Sorry, Preston's in the middle of the stairs. Vernon's at the bottom of the stairs.
Oh, so Vernon is -6.
Oh, no, only -2 because there was no breaking of the door this time.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
So
Elark and Ling will be surprised this round. Sylvie's is surprised, and Gurundrak is surprised. Preston is not surprised. Actually, Gurundrak is not surprised because he didn't have a -2 penalty. Oh, yeah, I mean, he did have a -2. I'm sorry, never mind. So only Preston is not surprised. As Sylvie sees this gigantic cat just prowl up in front of her, not do anything other than sniff and roar in front of her. And that was the entirety of that round. I'll put the cat there as you can see. Now, no one is surprised. Let's start with Sylvie's. What would you like to try to do? The cat is hostile, but not attacking.
Could I try to remember the history of the Archmage? Do they have any familiar?
Well, you could certainly attempt to do that. I have no problem. Do you have do you have what proficiencies? Are you saying you have ancient history Cormier?
Ancient history, King's Forest.
Too far away.
Yeah.
Vernon has ancient history. Let me see. Cormier.
Yeah,
But I
Cormier
don't know.
is very generic, but you wouldn't have the combination of arcanology with that, right?
Nope.
So
Nope.
you wouldn't be able to do that.
It doesn't look like Kushi, right?
Oh, it's definitely not. It's a saber-toothed cat of some sort. There is no
Ushi?
doubt
Who's
about that.
Ushi?
What is Sylvie's intended action?
She will back down.
Okay. She's going to tell the people behind her to?
I'm going to come back.
Preston and Vernon, are you going back
Could
down?
you guys make some way for
Yes,
me?
I'll give way
Okay, you can
to.
give way to her. That's fine. So that's
Yeah,
not an
and
issue. So the cat
move
still
back.
stays at the top there, and we will just have Sylvie's maneuver down. Hold on. Please let me get to my map for just a moment. Sorry about that. I am looking for the map. There we go. Couldn't open it for a moment. Sylvie's is able to maneuver back down to the bottom. Is Preston going up?
Preston will follow
Sylvie's?
to move down.
Okay, and Vernon. Okay, then. So we're going to be all back on the bottom map that we were on. Where?
Well, I don't know
Seems like there's a
what
cat
that
guarding.
who that guardian is. At
Anybody
least,
has catnip?
I don't know.
What did you say?
I said anybody had catnip.
Rangers sort of might.
You can let the
Animal
ranger
handling or something.
handle the situation. Let the ranger handle this.
Yeah.
Okay, go Ranger. Ranger danger.
No, I mean, William is in the car.
Yes, correct. He still needs to tell me what he would like for his ranger to do.
Yeah, the ranger
And-
is taking out a tiny piece of a ration and try to walk towards the go upstairs and walk towards the cat, the big cat,
Okay.
and try to calm it down to make it less hostile.
Not a problem whatsoever.
Oh.
So
Yeah, we can be.
I will handle that in just a moment. I'm looking for where I put something. Where did I put my screen? Which one of you guys took my screen?
Not me. Not me.
It was
Don't
all
hurt
of you.
me.
15, 13. All right, so Antonio, roll a d20, counting all the modifications. You want under a 14.
What's the modification though?
I'm counting all the modifications in my head. So
Oh, okay. Okay,
you're
got
just
it.
rolling for William.
Yes, please.
And it was a
Oh
19.
shit.
So it did not work at all. Not in the slightest. As a matter of fact, the creature may have turned hostile. Let me just check and see very quickly. Yes, it has turned hostile. So the ranger needs to roll initiative. So I'm going to have Ling roll initiative very quickly, as he realizes that this gigantic saber-toothed tiger has become very unfriendly with him almost immediately. No one else was right behind him. They're all 15 foot down beneath you. Ling is going to try to run. Ling is going to try to run. That's what he's going to try to do.
It's not a vegetarian. Don't feed it with fruits.
Not fruit. I'm taking a tiny piece, a tiny bit of my ration.
There will be a single attack of opportunity that this thing gets at as a bite
Impossible record.
at Ling's back as Ling is
Like the
moving
burger.
rapidly away. And it hit Ling, biting into his back for 13 points of damage as Ling's body falls down the stairs.
Oh no.
Oh, 13 points.
and his back as Ling is just sort of tumbled down to the bottom of the stairs, unconscious at -4 hit points.
Preston is sorry, not
Hey,
Preston. Vernon will cast magical healing upon Ling.
So, okay. That'll bring him to 1 hit point. You can just get rid of whatever
Yes.
magical curing you were using on him. It brings him to 1 hit point immediately. He is suffering from a confused state. He believes that he was just on this side of death, and he is currently not certain what is going on and what isn't going on. He's going to need a lot of rest unless something miraculous is done to overcome that.
So Preston is gonna lay on hands on Ling, but get him out of the plate the at the bottom of the staircase
Okay,
first.
he drags him over this way.
Yeah.
That
Good,
causes
but,
him to at least be able to regain his senses and, control over his body, although his mind appears to be a bit terrified of the gigantic saber-toothed cat that nearly bit him in half. He is going to have a scar on his back to tell a story.
Yeah, that's a big one.
But the cat doesn't go down. And you all hear the door close.
Hmm.
And everybody in the world goes,
What shall we do? Hmm.
Something. So,
Okay. Well,
Altogether, you may have a chance of managing to stop such a beast. One at a time, you almost have no chance unless you were being exceptionally lucky. I mean, you all are wearing good armors, but that is a top of the food chain predator there.
Hmm.
Sylvie will start looking at the bookshelf, see if there's anything out of place on the books.
No, there doesn't. I mean,
Like
everything is kind of out of place, to be honest with you. Everything appears to be organized by some means that you are not capable of understanding. You are a genius, and you just realize that this is a unique organizational pattern that is based off of the organized it. It would take someone immediately figure out a pattern for such things. You, given 2 to maybe 3 weeks, you could probably come up with an organizational pattern, assuming you can read the languages that things were written in. No one else. It would take everyone else at best years to come up with that. Because you are indeed a super genius.
And the problem is we don't know this language.
Well, Sylvie knows it to be Old Common. She never bothered to learn to read and write Old Common because when she was young, Old Common was on its way out at that point, and her parents said, "There's no need for you to learn this. Humans learn this language. This is the language they're currently using. They'll use it for a few hundred more years." And then they told you that Old Common Thoros really was just on its way out.
apparently this room is the room for Rose. The
okay.
room up there is a room for Elder.
Okay. So Rose has a bear, not bear, a gorilla.
Yeah.
Alder has a saber-toothed tiger.
Julian has nothing.
Hmm.
Okay. Can I give Ling another magical healing? Would that benefit her
Yeah,
at all?
you can. You can give Ling another magical healing because the lay on hands has already gotten rid of what we as a group call death sickness. It's not really a game term. It just means when you've reached negative hit points, right?
Okay.
Ling, 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 ling.
Banana phone. There you go.
Alrighty, so
I'm
Ling
all out of. I'm
is at
all out of
5 of
healing.
12 hit points. Well, he can't be. He was at 1, and then he had lay on hands 3, and he's at 7 of
Yeah.
12 hit
Well,
points.
that's good enough.
Elark is at 0 hit points.
Oh no, that wound is correct. 5.
Well, a Cure Light Wounds brought him to 1,
Yeah,
and then Lay on Hands brought him to 3.
3. And I
Plus
healed for
4
4.
is he should be at 7 hit points.
Yeah, not 7 wounds.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah. Okay, so whatever the creature.
The animal does not come down.
No, well, the
Yeah.
door has closed at this point. The animal did not come back down, no.
Oh, okay. So
So the animals would just guard that place. It won't chase. Alright. I will put
Rose,
down my
Julian.
lantern and put my shield up. Although I'm not sure if
Sorry.
we're gonna engage it.
Sorry. Rose, Julian, and elders are flowers, right?
Uh,
Are
Rose
they
is.
flowers?
I don't know about Alder and Jillian. Well, Alder is male.
It's Jillian. It's a female name, right?
Yes, Jillian. Yeah.
All the books on this floor are easily, just as valuable, if not more so, than the books on the floor beneath them. Obviously, gaining access to those books and bringing them to, I guess you could stay here and access them. Taking them out of this tower would require significant effort. And of course, probably learning how to read and write Thoros, and maybe using detect magic on every one of the books to see if there were hidden pages. But this would go a long ways to making any wizard's library, a suitable library if they are what you are all thinking they are. And they are all written in what was probably the language that the man who wrote them was most fluent with, especially if he was here 100 or so years ago.
Alak is going to pull out another specimen and put into his backpack.
Okay. That one weighs
Yeah.
3 pounds.
Oh. Pick one that's not that heavy.
Okay, so it weighs 2 pounds.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. What are we doing?
What are we going to do with the animal? We have to put it down.
I don't think we can. I don't think we. I mean, combined maybe, but that thing is nasty as shit.
That thing is smart. As long as it is staying at the top of the stair, we will be facing it one by one, which means death sentence.
Yeah, well, obviously, the cat didn't like your dry rations.
What's
William
that
is laughing. Ha 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 ha.
William's become a wasp.
Yes, right.
All right. Well, see what you can use in this room. I mean,
Well, the thing is
the
you can't read the language. But I mean,
oh,
Sylvie really believes all of the books here are useful. But she can't really distinguish any, one book being more or less useful. She doesn't have read languages. She doesn't have, a spell that's going to let her read these languages, and she doesn't know Thoros. And we don't really have a way to carry a large amount of these books back somewhere to sell them.
You need comprehend language to understand these books, right?
Or
Read
you
magic
need to
to
be
the
able to read and write Thoros, or you need a thief or a bard who is skilled in
Yeah,
read
yeah.
languages. And Elark's percentage chance for read languages is 0.
Yeah, but Alak has comprehend language. Just
Not
I need
in
to
memory.
memorize.
Yes.
well, we can rest
Shall we rest
here.
for another day?
Yeah. You might want to heal Ling. Where is it? Who's badly hurt?
Yeah, I can still heal whoever.
Well, you can look at the combat tracker and see who needs
What?
to be healed.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah,
Ling
Ling.
needs to
Okay.
be healed.
I'm not sure who you want to heal. Sylvie's been wounded.
Not
Her
sure I
pride.
have.
You haven't used any healing spells today, have you?
Nope.
So that was 5 that went to
Ling.
Ling. Okay, so Ling is quite healthy at this point, feeling no real wounds. Gurundrak himself is still somewhat wounded, as is Elok. As is...
Heal himself.
Okay. He is not wounded at all. And what are we attempting to do today, gentlemen?
I
None of my business? Okay.
guess we could rest here.
It's a DM secret. Is anybody memorizing Create Water tomorrow?
Yep.
Resting an entire, night, same kind of watch fashions you had before?
Yes.
Okie dokie. So the night is uneventful, gentlemen.
1 ration, right?
Yes. And whoever's memorizing the 11th, Stephen. Whoever's memorizing Create Food and Water, make sure you do that.
Is the door here open or closed? The one going downstairs.
Closed at this point.
What's the letter in here? I forgot. It's R, right? So yeah, I'm what do you call this? Preston is gonna go to the door and said, Rose.
The door opens, the door going down.
Yeah, and he'll pick up his backpack, the extra one,
Sure.
and then bring it here and other stuff.
Okay. So who memorized Create Food and Water? Water, or the Water Create Water?
Yeah. Gurundrak.
Okay.
Gurundrak.
Not a problem. So we'll go ahead and cast that, and everybody's water skins are refilled since we spent another day in this tower. And we are doing what, people? None of my business? Okay.
Do you think sleep will work on this animal?
I doubt.
No, I don't think so.
We can
I don't know.
attempt.
Yeah. We have to open the door and then cast a sleep and then close the door at the same time.
Don't. Well,
Okay.
Or perhaps we can. Uh, uh, anyone has color spray? Sylvie, have
Nope.
do you have color spray?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. You have chromatic orb, right? But the material component is too expensive.
Do you have hairspray, Sylvie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Head and shoulders.
Just wondering what kind. Didn't know.
Hey, if you can't defeat the cat, at least you can,
Because I mean,
make
if
his
you look
hair.
at the pictures there, Vernon's and Ling's hair, they're pretty styled. Even the dwarf's hair is pretty styled. So,
Yeah. Yeah, go style up the cat's hair. That might, make him relax.
Give me the mohawk.
Yeah.
it might think it's a cool cat.
So, what are we gonna do with the cat?
Some yeps. Sounds like a good plan. So, I believe we're opening the door and we're going to look at the cat and go, yep. That sounds perfectly, fine to me. You guys may have heard the cat earlier saying, I'm going to warm up this food now. Did you guys hear that on my side?
Hey, I can
And then-
memorize cantrip and then give me the good hairstyle. Cantrip can do that, right?
You most certainly could with cantrip, yes. Cantrip is more than one effect that you can get off. It's a duration, kind of thing. Cantrip will last for 1 hour per level, during which time you can create lots of small, little minor effects. I mean, if the serious warriors in the group understand that is a true predator, and the kind of predator that truly probably doesn't exist. If so, it's very rarely to be found anywhere. But it's a big hunting cat. You have the means to defeat such a thing, but it has to be on your terms. And it's going to have to be before it really takes down too many of you. If the cat gets to any one of you, then even though you're heavily armored, it could take down the strongest of you and a couple of swipes and a bite, because those fangs are just so devastating, and it's such a powerful thing, and such a large thing. So combat, if it was all in your favor, you would definitely have a chance of winning. Straight up, battle with a saber-toothed tiger, your party probably doesn't have much of a chance of winning. You may have some magics that can assist you or help you out. I don't know. You may have some trickery and chicanery that you can do. But you are all capable of, enough to realize that in a straight-up fight, in a fair fight, you're not going to likely, and I didn't say impossible, you're just not, it's not likely that you're going to defeat a saber-toothed tiger. Luckily, they enjoy eating dwarves.
Then we can throw the drop.
That's right, just give them pieces of the dwarf. The dwarf may have problems with that, because dying while he's not defending other dwarves would create issues for him.
What can we do? Let me think. I guess there's no books here about taming these cats.
There may be. They just are probably written in a language you can't understand.
Damn it.
this may be the topic that we are on Sunday. It looks like. Looks like we're all
Yeah,
stuck here.
looks like it.
Yeah, how to handle the cat. A big cat.
I mean, you have to understand the size of this thing. It is nearly 5 feet at its shoulders and some 9 feet long. Those
Yeah, that's huge.
large incisor fangs that it has are the size of daggers, and its claws
We need to
easily the size of smaller knives. So it's a big
We need to be.
cat.
We need to properly negotiate with the cat.
Well, the ranger attempted.
How?
He just didn't do very well.
Well,
I will blame Antonio on this.
no,
Antonio told the
you
90.
know, ration is all dried stuff. You can't feed cats with that.
You were feeding it impossible burgers.
Not unless you know your brand of ration is
Yeah,
Whiskas.
you should have fed it the gorilla,
Yeah.
which is now starting to rot and stink.
You might want to feed the gorilla to it.
Yeah, that may work.
Hey, I can change my memorize spell to Putrefy Food and Drink or Purify Food and Drink.
And then throw the gorilla meat to the cat.
Okay.
Thing is, they could be buddies before.
You could only get about a cubic foot of that gorilla purified. So that's like you get one of his legs purified.
Yeah.
Yeah. Purify Food and Drink. Is that
Well, if
enough
you
for
want
the
to do
gorilla?
that, we can do that. You know, open up the door, throw the leg in.
But then it will ask for more.
Oh, it can come down. We got a whole gorilla.
If he asks for more, then we can kill our dwarf.
I think
Yeah, I'm wondering what we could do.
I can try to distract it with audible grammar,
What?
but
audible grammars.
Yeah, it was audible.
He
grammar.
said audible glamour.
Oh,
He could try to use the spell audible glamour to maybe create a distraction. That's what he said. Not automatic grammar.
like, are you mixing a
something like that. That's strange.
He's like, Grammarly can help you.
exactly? You're mixing
I understood what you meant,
ebook
William.
reader and and a spelling correction product.
No, I knew what he meant. It was just hard to just hear you. It was just a bad
Confuse the
connection.
animal with grammar.
Yeah, that's the wrong roar. So yeah, I don't know what you guys want to do. Okay.
But even though I may be able to create a distraction, I don't think this will last long. Next round will be that.
Well, it lasts 3 rounds, and it just depends on what you're attempting to do. You can make a volume as loud as 8 men per level, and a lion, a roaring lion, not a saber-toothed cat, is the same as 16 men, while a roaring dragon is easily, no fewer than 24 men.
So at this level, I can really make it sound like a cat.
Oh, it'd be a loud ass cat. 8 men.
That's one loud meow.
Meow!
The sound of cat asking to be made.
So yeah, don't know what you want to do.
And then you get the cat downstairs.
What type of
Is
spell do you
male
have?
cat or female Sabre?
What spells does Sophie has?
Sylvie. Sophie's choice. Sylvie's choice.
Sophie's choice.
That's up to Sylvie to
Chromatic
tell.
orbs, magic missile. Detect magic,
Cheat magic.
read
It's
magic
the
and
spell,
stuff.
which
Yeah.
is cool. Light.
I just don't believe we have any just
Anything really.
no spells for this level, to be honest.
I think our best bet may be on sleep. Open the door, cast a sleep, and then run away.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just throw my crap out. I'll be back in a sec.
Sorry, run away?
He's throwing some trash away.
What?
Not
No, I mean,
Antonio's
what
character's
William
leaving.
said. No, I mean what William said.
We open the door, cast a sleep, and then close the door again, or we run away. I think that's our best bet.
Why do we need to run away? Are we going in, or just we can just run away because the door is closed?
We do need to climb up, right?
Yeah.
So we have
So
to.
there's no point of running away. Unless
Yeah.
we just want to run away, then we can just run away now. We don't need to face that thing.
What I mean is that our wizards can cast the spell and then run away, because if the spell failed, not high enough level to make it sleep, then I don't think Sylvie or Alaghor wants to face this beast, right?
I believe Howard is not listening to you. I'm listening to you, William.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. You threw away your trash. Howard thought you were running away from the fight. He was like, Antonio's just quitting?
Hurrah! We got 175.
So shall we try to cast a sleep on this guy?
Can
I've sent
try.
what Sylvie thinks about that to Sylvie. I don't know if Sylvie has seen that.
To be honest, I don't know of any of those components because
Who are you talking to?
I have no idea because no, I'm talking about what you suggested.
What
I
Steven
don't have
suggested
the
or what William
component.
suggested?
No, I'm just saying I don't have spell components of anything in my bag.
You
What?
first you have some on your character sheet, and you do have some in your. I see
Yeah.
one. I see some for light, and I see colored sand, and I see a mineral prism, and I see. But I mean, you don't have a chromatic orb for sure. But you have sand for sleep. You have your mineral prism for read magic. You could read it a story.
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
magical
got
story.
the more.
The phosphorescent moss, which is you've got 3 of that. I don't know if you had anything else on your character sheet, which if you did, you're welcome to add that on. You have a heavy gown, You could, tell it that it's bedtime and give it a gown. You have
I think that's a good idea.
you have exotic dancing. um, but I mean,
Really,
yeah,
how long is one turn?
10 minutes. So 10 combat
Oh,
rounds.
okay.
10 combat rounds.
So this one, the wizard built each of these floors for each one of his children. This one is guarded by a silverback ape. Um, Next one is guarded by a saber-toothed tiger. Hmm.
Here's the thing: I can attempt to cast light on that creature to temporarily blind them.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It could last for 10 rounds. It is a good choice, but it has to land first. You'll be willing to do that if I use the light spell.
Um.
Light's not a touch attack, so it's just you just have to be able to see your
Yeah,
target.
yeah.
Okay.
Sylvie could just cast it from afar, and then once it's cast, we can swarm over it.
Okay. Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, let's do this. Who is going to open the door?
Sylvie. She's like, "Hey, little kitty, kitty, can you see?"
Preston can open the door. Yeah.
Gurundrak can just get ready. He has 2 commands.
The
So
cat
remember, he does have 2 commands. He has to be engaged in what he would consider battle to use them, and command is language dependent.
Yeah,
So
and I would
it's
say
probable. It's probable that a cat who magically lives in a magical tower at least has some old common knowledge. Whether or not it has common word knowledge is a different story. But it might. I'm not by any chance saying that, command would be useless. I'm just saying that, it's probably going to have, some old common command words knowledge, but it might
sorry,
have.
anyone? I thought we have a bard, do we?
Well, that was one of Jonathan's characters. And his
Yeah.
bard wasn't very good at such things anyway. He was a riddle master. And then the other character was a samurai. Because Jonathan likes to make characters that don't really help people, they just fuck up the rest of the party.
Yeah, fuck up characters.
That's what
So
he's for.
nobody can speak Old Common.
No.
Well, the bard that I asked him to make could speak Old Common. This one's a riddle master and can only speak Common.
Make a guess. Do you think the beast inside is more than 4 plus 3 hit dice?
Yeah,
I think it is.
And sleep is useless. Too
I
bad.
think so.
No, it will sleep
That's
us.
why I say. That's why
We
I
will
say
go to
the
sleep,
light
not-
spell.
Well, there's
Not the cat.
there's like a a rule in the Dungeon Master's Guide. This is more or less for William's benefit. That if you want to take something and you want to make it extremely challenging for a party, you have it be roughly the equivalent hit dice of the party. So this party, the 2 first level characters that are multi-classed are considered 1.5 hit dice. So this party is considered to be 7 hit dice.
7 dice.
So that would mean that something really challenging to you, that would be more than just a physical threat, something you have to figure out how to defeat physically, could be up to 7 hit dice. Right? So, like, imagine if you guys had to face, what would 7 hit dice of goblins be? 21 goblins or so would be about 7 hit dice. Right? So 21 goblins would be a tough thing for this party to face, as would, another party of the same number of adventurers as you, etc., a variety of different things. 7 skeletons would be tough because no one can turn undead right now.
Right.
But it doesn't have to be a 7 hit dice. It could be a 5 hit or a 15 hit dice creature or a 7,000 hit dice creature. If it's a 7 hit die thousand, like a 7,000 hit die creature, you guys go find a Solar and a Terraskew and tell them about this Sabre-Toothed tiger. Because it has 7,000 hit dice.
We'll tell him what the Sabre-Tooth said about their mom.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Your mama's so fat. She has her own area code.
Yeah. Your mama's so fat. When he goes around the house, he really is around the house.
That's right. Your mama's so fat they assigned her her own atomic mass.
Okay, so light.
Your mama's so old she was in kindergarten with Jesus.
That's a long time ago.
Even Jesus said she's fat.
Your mama's so old when God said let there be light, she turned on the switch. Alright, enough of the your mama jokes. They're not going to work on the Sabre-Toothed tiger.
Damn it! I thought I was getting ready for that.
I know, right? That's what the Riddler would have done. He would have riddled the Sabre-Toothed tiger to death.
Oh yeah.
Ask him a riddle.
After he climbs on the furniture. I'm recording this. I'm going to have to cut that part out.
What did Jonathan say? When I said I'm gonna get the feed the lambs or something. What did he say?
I have no idea.
I still couldn't figure out what he said.
No,
I still couldn't figure out what he meant.
I think he was saying something about you don't feed the lambs, are you their shepherd or something like that.
Yeah, I guess he sucks at telling jokes.
No. I don't remember what he said. What is our plan, people? Do we have a plan? Do we not have a plan? Do we just want to plan the plan? Our plan is to plan.
I'll open
Blind
the
it
door
and then swarm it.
Okay, hopefully. So, where will Sylvie be in the line then?
Down at the bottom of the stairs.
Can you even
She
see
could be
the...
maybe she could be at the bottom of the stairs if the cat is right up at the top of the stairs or almost at the top of the stairs, and she could still get a line of sight for it.
Yeah, you need to be able to see it.
So, she doesn't need to be first in line, but she might not be able to get a line of sight on it depending on exactly what's going on with it.
How about the meat of the stairs?
That's, directly behind Preston would be best because he's opening the door, right? That's the middle of the stairs.
Yeah, and then jump off the stairs.
Jump off.
Well, the dwarf is behind you, so you can just,
Step on him.
have him hold you. Unless
Yeah,
you.
the door could be part of the staircase.
So, what are we doing?
Okay, you ready? Sylvie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is
Um,
William back? Alrighty, let's assume that that's a no. What are we doing at the door?
So once Sylvie's ready, she will let me know.
She's
I
ready.
will get.
You have light memorized,
It's
Sylvie?
ready. Yeah.
So I will open the door by saying Alden.
Okay. So, let's try
Alden.
this very quickly. The cat is not surprised. All of you are anticipating. So everyone on the staircase and at the bottom needs to roll a d10 to see if they are surprised. There are no modifiers other than your own reaction adjustments.
Everyone?
Everybody has to roll to see if they are surprised, yes.
Vernon is surprised.
Yes, Vernon's like, oh, damn it, the cat caught me off guard. And Sylvie
bad.
is not surprised, so that's not an issue there. So then it will be a normal round for everyone except for Vernon.
Yes.
So let's go with Sylvie. You're intending to cast Sleep. That'll be the casting time of that spell. Roll
Light.
that initiative, right? Light, that's what I meant to say.
Light.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. And Preston, you're attempting to do...
Preston will attempt to parry.
Okay, there's two kinds of parries. One is your level, one half your level plus one to your armor class, and the other one is where you actually take your physical attack and try to outroll someone else.
I'll take the additional AC.
Okay,
Oh, let me put my shield on.
I did just a moment ago for you.
Yeah, excellent.
You're welcome. Okay, Ling, you're way down at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, I'm going up the stair.
You're
And
lots of people in front of you, but okay.
And have my short sword ready.
Okay, so ready your short swords.
What's the
Gurundrak?
initiative of parry?
What's that?
What's
Just
the initiative
use
of parry?
It's just default movement. That's all. Because
Gotcha.
you're not trying to actually use your weapon. You're just trying to get. You'll only get a 1-point bonus to your armor class because of your current level, right?
Yeah.
Gurundrak will just wait for Sylvie to finish casting, and then he will
Let her move casting. Okay.
wait in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Wait in with his act.
Vernon is surprised, so he doesn't roll initiative. That initiative should be for Preston,
Oh,
and
sorry,
it's just the
sorry. Yeah.
default initiative on the front of the character sheet. And Elark is doing what?
Lark is finding a good spot to hide under the staircase, and wait for the beast to come down.
There's no place to hide under the staircase because it's a solid stone that just goes up. There's not like an opening beneath it.
Okay, so he is getting ready of his short sword and looking for a space to go up there.
Okay, no problem whatsoever. So roll your initiative with your short sword, please.
Yeah, sure. Short sword.
So remember, Sylvie's, you can't move until the end of the round because you're casting a spell. Alrighty.
Yes.
So Preston, you're beginning to prepare to parry. Sylvie's, you are next. Can you target the creature and cast the spell? So the creature is blinded. Do you have blinded the effect under the spell? If so, go ahead and apply it. As this light is just glowing off of its face. Alrighty, thank you. Ling, you're just beginning to realize there's lots of people in front of you. Gurundrak, you're realizing that Sylvie can't quite move yet. Vernon, you're like, oh, what's happening? Elark, you're trying to figure out what's going on. The cat takes a step back, staggering back, trying to figure out what's going on, and then another step back, so it's easily stepped some 10 or 15 foot back, howling and growling, trying to figure out what's going on, pawing at its eyes for just a moment. At
Okay,
this point,
storm in.
okay, so Sylvie's is not going to pull back. Okay, so next round then. Let's go with just in order of the stairs. Preston, what's your intended action?
Move in and take this beast down with my broadsword.
Okay, so you will have in addition to any flanks you get, you'll have a +4 bonus to hit. Okay, so that's your broadsword
Okay.
initiative. Sylvie's, what's your intended action?
Okay, can Sylvie like move down there easily, or she
So
has
moving
to
down, because
fight
it's a
with-
narrow staircase, the other person has to let you, and that takes half of both of your movement to move down. It would be you could
Yes,
move
Sylvie
up
will-
into the room if you delayed to wait until after Preston.
Okay, we'll do that.
So-
I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to block the staircase.
Okay, so what you do is you roll default movement and add additional +1, because that's when you begin to think of delaying in case something
Yes.
happens before that. Okay, and the next in line is Gurundrak. What's Gurundrak going to do?
To attack that beast.
So Sylvie, that should have actually been a 13 for you, because there was supposed to be an additional 1 added to that. I've modified it to a 13.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No problem. So So roll your initiative.
I lost the character. No.
Just click on the picture at the top. Wow, you'll have to wait
Dang
until
it.
you can, but yes, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
press the next in line is Vernon.
Vernon will charge in with his longsword if there's an opening space to charge in.
Okay, so that's longsword and if.
Yep,
And
+1.
William, your characters are being moved to the very bottom of the staircase. Ignore that it looks like the upper room. They're at the very bottom of the staircase, okay?
Okay, but I cannot see the next left. Oh, okay, I'm here. So I am waiting
Ling,
for opening.
okay.
Both Ling and Alak are waiting for opening, so they can move forward and attack.
Okay, so
Ling
that's
is-
with their weapons and an additional +1.
Okay, sure. +1. Wow, very slow.
Wow, fantastic initiatives. Never seen so many 10s.
And the other one? It was almost a 10.
Almost a 10.
All right, so Ling is waiting. Gurundrak is waiting. Sylvie's is waiting for Preston. The cat has stepped back even further, trying to get its bearings as to what is going on. Elark is waiting. Preston!
Hang on. So I'm gonna move in.
Move in further because
Yeah.
we did. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I need to see
It is
where I'm
blinded
moving into.
anyway.
Yeah. That move into here. That should be 10 and 10. Okay, cool.
Put you
10,
right there.
20. Yeah, that's less than half, so I can attack it.
It's just the front. It's not a frontal flank on this thing, but you get an additional +4 to hit. And then Sylvie's, you can move immediately now.
Let me do my hit. +4.
Gurundrak can move immediately now. He only has 6 squares. That is a miss.
Yes, with a +4, still a miss.
19, that's 20, that's 5. He's got 2 more squares he can move. Gurundrak does. Okay, that's as far as he's able to make it right there. And next is Vernon. What is Vernon's encumbrance? Vernon can move 12 squares, so 60 feet. Vernon is you, Antonio.
Yeah, he'll move as far in as he can. I can't see where he is. Give me a second.
He's on your map.
Oh, okay.
The second
Sorry.
floor.
Hang on.
So there you go. You can move him now. He's got to go up the stairs. Okay.
I don't know
He's
how much
got
the stairs
60
would
feet,
cost.
12 squares is what he has.
Okay.
That was 25
Well,
feet there.
I don't know if he can reach to the front, but yeah.
Yeah, that's only 36 feet. So, and he could move 60 feet.
Yeah, he'll move to there.
Okay.
It's more than half, I believe.
Yes, that is more than
60.
half. And you'll have
So
the bookshelf will be causing issues for you swiping down with a longsword. Okay, so we're actually on Ling. Ling, you can move up. Ling is not encumbered at all, right? So Ling can move 60 feet, which is 12 squares.
So Sylvie is just in front of me.
No, you're
Okay.
actually you're just supposed to be moving up to the stairs first. I just went ahead and
okay.
put you on that level right behind where you should have been on the lower floor. So we're going to get you to there, which is 26.8. And are you moving any more?
Okay, I'm taking.
You can't walk through the wall there, so you'll have to move up a little bit to get through that section of the wall.
Oh, okay. So, like this.
That's 31. And then 41, 45.
Is Preston able to press forward? Because it's stuck now.
Okay,
he'll try
45.
to move aside.
So you know
to
you
give
can't
room.
move through Sylvie. You understand that, right, William? Without
okay.
knocking her down. Okay, you want to try to knock her down?
No, I will just stop here and continue my movement next.
Okay. No problem whatsoever. So you're just stuck right there by her. Now, Elark has 60 foot, movement.
Yeah.
I'll move you to there so you can see. So we are at 30 for him.
Can I get around like this?
Can you maneuver past the dwarf in less than 5 foot? You can attempt to.
Yeah, but I may knock him down, right?
Well, no, you have tumbling, so you can just try to make a tumbling check to see if you can wiggle. Otherwise, you just won't be moving past him. Only if you roll a 20 would you affect the dwarf. And
What
it's
do you
highly
think you
improbable
are?
you would knock him down.
Okay, so I will just do a tumbling.
No, you have to move past him, not through him.
Oh, okay.
So you have to move to
So-
here, right? Not through him. The first thing, make a tumbling check in the open.
Tumbling.
And this is only for body control, not for actual tumbling. Yeah. So you made it to here and to here. So we are now at 45 feet for you.
Yeah, but I cannot get any further.
Okay, not a problem. That's where you are. Just wanted to let you know. Okay. So it is next round. This round, Preston, you will get 2 attacks, assuming the thing stays there with you. And let's go with Preston. What's your intended action?
Slice it with my broadsword.
Okay, Vernon, what's your intended action?
Slice it with his longsword.
Okay, so that bookshelf is on your right-hand side. That's going to provide a -2 penalty with you slicing down because it's coming at an awkward angle, right? So you'll only be having an overall +2 to hit. And let's go to Gurundrak.
Gurundrak is going to move to the shelf and push it down to let it crumble on top of the
Well,
animal.
the shelf is, you can try. It's a pretty heavy, well-made shelf.
Okay.
Not saying that you
Then both
can't. I'm
of
just
my
saying you can
characters
try.
will. Well, both of my characters will move.
Okay, not a problem. So just roll moving initiatives for them if you don't mind. And let us get to Ling.
Ling wait for Sylvie to get out of my way, and then Ling will circle around the shelf
Why the
and
hell
get.
can I not roll?
Try now.
What? Okay.
Preston and Vernon, you'll have to roll initiative again to correct yours as well for some
Okay.
reason. Okay. Ling, that initiative you roll is with an additional +1. Okay.
Yep. And Alak is trying to get close to the big cat and stab it. See if I can get around Preston.
The only way you can get
Use-
around Pat Preston is to tumble 20 feet forward.
Okay. So I will try this.
Okay. Tumbling does not negate attacks of opportunity. It just means that there's a penalty to them.
Okay.
So roll your initiative for whatever is slower, either your move or the weapon you're using.
Da, 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 da.
Okay. Ling, you're waiting for Sylvie to move. Sylvie, it is your turn.
Ling has 2 attacks.
Ling will have an offhand attack if he can get to. So Sylvie's just moving to there. Got you. Okay, so Gurundrak.
The screen is messed up.
What happened?
It's locked down.
Let me unshare and reshare for you then, okay? Let's see if that helps. What happened now?
Okay, Sylvie has to move 2 square further.
Okay.
Okay, now Gurundrak is moving around the corner to the furthest he could do.
I'm just not sure which direction you
I
mean
cannot-
corner-wise.
Around the corner, I mean the whole bookshelf. He's
To the
circling
right or
around
to-
the whole
to the right or
bookshelf
to the left?
as far to the right, as
Okay.
far as
So
he
then
could.
he will have to wait for a moment because Ling actually will be going first because Ling put an if in his. He said, I'm waiting for Sylvie to move, and if she does, I will move.
Yeah.
So Ling, you need to move first, and then as soon as Ling moves, Gurundrak can move.
Okay.
And if you're moving as far as you can take a double move action, and that will be 12 squares or 60 feet, Gurundrak, but then you can't do anything else.
Yes, I will do that.
And that is more than
Right.
half of your movement to get to
So I will
that point,
attack.
Ling.
Okay.
So
So
you
I will
just-
attack at the end of the round, right?
No, you get no attacks whatsoever because that's well more than half of your movement there. Gurundrak, go ahead and move.
I cannot see my character.
Click on the character.
I already did.
Did you clicked on the
I
character
cannot
sheet?
make the character active.
Hold on, I'll fix that for you. I'll try it again. What about now?
Yeah, okay, I'm
Okay.
on Gurundrak.
Okay, I'll move that for you. Doesn't what you're trying. There you go. So this is about as far as you can move, just so you know. If that's all you're trying to do is to get to that side, that's about as far as you can get. Okay.
All right.
Alrighty, not a problem. And this Sabre-Tooth will now just focus all of its attacks directly on Preston. Of course, it gets a -4 penalty to them. So its first attack will be a bite trying to come in at Preston, which missed wildly. Now 2 claws are attempting to come in at Preston. at -4. Hold on. That claw hit. Dealing 11 points of damage. Preston is exactly at 0 hit points. He's not actually dying until he is hit by something else.
Wow.
And the other claw missed. So Preston will remain at 0 until he does something to cause him to go into negatives. He has his lay on hands, right? Which he can use at the same time. He can use it. It's an innate action. You can heal yourself for your lay on hands right now.
Okay, cool.
So,
I'll do that.
Just a moment. Let me adjust that for you. Your lay on hands will heal 2, so you should be at 10 wounds, not 1,110. Okay. You gain a +4 to your attack roll. This is your first of 2 attacks you get this round.
Hang on.
Ling, I need you to move sideways.
That's a cabinet beside me. That's a bookshelf.
No, I was talking to Ling.
Yeah, I
What?
will. I will.
Yeah, just saying.
Preston, your first attack. This is at a +4.
Not letting me do.
Yeah, you don't want to attack. You just would rather have the lion kill you. I understand. I like Sabre-Toothed Cats too. They're some of my favorite cats. That is a hit. It takes large damage. Slicing for a deep wound of 9 points of damage. The cat roars loudly. Elark. So your tumbling check will put you somewhere 20 feet away. How acrobatic do you want to describe this? If you want to be cinematic for us, let me know what you're attempting to do, or you just want to default to the skill itself.
Want to try to walk on the wall and land on the other side of the.
Okay,
Of the cat.
not a problem whatsoever. So the first thing I need you to do is to just make your tumbling check. In the open, obviously. And you have succeeded, so there will be an attack. There will be an attack of opportunity. Right. Let me delete this waypoint. Remove the point that you just drug yourself on for some reason. There we go. Now, your attack is going to come, but I've got to get my attack of opportunity on you first. So my attack of opportunity comes with a -8 in total to hit you. One paw swiping up at you. Missing, but just barely as it missed. So this is considered a backstab for you upon a blinded creature. So put your backstab on. And then you get an additional +4 because this thing is blinded.
Backstab. How to put my backstab on?
So look at your character sheet. Look at actions. Look at powers. And do you see backstab?
Yes.
So open that. Now also click the damage, because if you hit, you want the damage to go through. The effect, there's 2 effects there. Okay. Great. So now you've got both of those effects. Now an additional +4 modifier in your in the left-hand side there, the +4 modifier. Click that and make your attack roll with your weapon.
I have to target this guy, right? Target.
You can just make an attack roll if you can't target it, and we can drag it to it. So that is a 27, which hits. For a grand total of 6 points of damage. Which is still, means that this thing has taken 15 points of damage this round, and we are not entirely finished with this round, right? Ling.
Yes.
Ling is going to cautiously step sideways and then
There's no
attack
way
with
for you
both
to
hands.
step and be away from those rear claws, and there is an additional attack of opportunity, meaning this thing has at least 3 hit dice. That's when it would get
Okay.
its second attack of opportunity. This is a rear claw raking at you.
Mm.
Tearing into you with these rear
Ah,
claws. Sorry, hold on just a moment. For 11 points of damage.
okay. Attack with both hands.
Correct. So you are at a rear flanking bonus. You get a +2 to hit.
Yep.
And
And
an additional
additional
+4 because it's blinded. So that's a total of a +6.
+6. How can I put the +6? Please.
Just look at the modifier and write +6. There's a modifier section there, you know.
Click the 0 and type 6.
So
Whoa, look at
Hurrah!
with that, would you like to take double, the critical? Just take the critical as it goes through. Roll the damage for that first before you make the other attack, please. It's a D8, don't
Okay.
forget. It's large.
Oh, D8. Okay.
Short sword, D8.
Short
Large?
sword D60 large, yes, because it can pierce deeper.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
For 14 points of damage. Now with your offhand.
Offhand +6 as well, right?
Yes.
Punchy, punchy.
Missy, missy.
Oh, bad.
Punchy, punchy, missy, missy.
Vernon. All right, so Vernon, because of the angle that you have, you're only getting a +2 bonus to attack with your longsword.
Okay, got it. This is weird. You can't target. That's okay. I'll drag the dice over.
That's fine, yeah. You can always just make the attack roll in the open. We can always drag things.
Hoo-hoo!
And this.
Yeah,
Double
you'll
die.
take double die damage. That's a D12 from a longsword. So let me... For 13 points of damage, slaying this creature as its body falls limp.
Wow, that's close. Hey guys, I'm seriously wounded. Critical.
Preston is almost die.
Let's see.
Cast True Light Wound on Preston.
Who is casting it? Gurundrak?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just going to move you all to the center of the room here, so you're all beside one another, and it's not a stressful situation at any point. All right, so that we can all be, having...
Oh, cool. I'll cast my... How many Cure Light ones do I have? Hey? None used today. Okay. I'm gonna cast... one to Ling.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. Everybody's good to go.
Except for Elark, who is still wounded from days ago.
Alak is still 2 points down.
Yeah. Before we sleep, yeah. I'll cast it on him.
What are we doing, if anything, gentlemen?
I guess investigate the place.
Again, it looks very much like the lower floors. Full of books, again, that would make an excellent library for any wizard who was able to claim these books, or any sage. You're beginning to think if you could manage to bring all of the books out, you might be able to net in, Evening Star, maybe 10,000 gold pieces if you just spent a little time negotiating. If you were able to bring it to Arabelle, maybe twice that much.
Wow. But books are very heavy.
Yeah, so the issue is, of course, getting them out of here. It is a tremendous amount of wealth, but it is not an easily ported amount of wealth.
So what do you guys think?
Rest of us?
Rest first. I agree.
Or do we want to proceed? Because, well, Gurundrak and Sylvia have ran out of spells. I mean, Gurundrak still have his innate powers.
Vernon has 2 cure lights.
So you mean we can? So you think we can proceed?
We probably can, yeah.
All right then. Take a look at the top of the staircase
All right. At the top of the
and
staircase
see.
here is the letter R.
Ah.
Rose again?
Hmm.
Okay, those guys are playing with the door. Alak is going to take one random book, a thin one, as another souvenir from the third floor.
Okay, it's at least £1, so add it to your inventory.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Gurundrak will stand in front of the door and say Rose.
Nothing happens.
um.
Logic?
Yeah.
Perhaps we use the guy's name instead of.
Yeah, logic.
The door opens. If you'll hold on a moment, I'm trying to do something before I describe that. If you guys will please just hold on.
Sylvie is down at the bottom of the stairs as the Gurundrak is the one saying at the staircase.
All right, so he says that, and it opens up to reveal another chamber that I will, or another room that I will show to him. If you'll give me just a moment, please. My story. Open up story. My story is where? Yes, there we go. Page 650. Sorry. Fantasy Grounds not behaving. So this is a square finished room with only a small spiral staircase to the northeast. This room itself that you can see is a little different than the others. Please hold on a moment. I'm trying to get my actual image map there that for some reason did not show up. I apologize. You gentlemen, give me a moment. My map didn't want to show up. It's rounded, but there's not as many bookshelves as what you can see in this place, right? So, looking here, something feels a bit off about this room to the dwarf. I'm going to put the dwarf there and let him see what is at the top. If I can drag him. Doesn't want to drag again, does he? Nope, he hates being drugged. He's like, don't drag me. I'm not into drugs. I'm like, but
He
everybody's
loves
into
drugs.
You're a dwarf who's a drug monster. So the dwarf steps in, and this is the chamber that he can actually see.
Can
Here you go. You can see that now, Gurundrak.
I can't.
I not step in?
You just looked around the edge of the door. That's what I should
Yeah,
say.
yeah. Look. Top of the tower.
So I need him to make a religion deathic check. Does he have religion fair run or just deathic? He has both.
I think.
He can make whichever one he would like. And it's in the tower.
Yeah, deathic. Oh no, Faerun.
Okay, this is coming to the dwarf. Might be a minor typo in it. I apologize. So if the dwarf will give me a moment, I'll show him what I meant by that. This on the opposite side of the room. Can you see that?
Cannot. I don't see anything special popping up.
Hold on. I'll fix that for you now. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can
The
see
opposite
that.
side of the room.
Yeah.
Probably 7 to 8 feet in height.
It okay? Does it look like a statue?
No, it's moving. It's sort of seemingly taking a few moments to get its bearings as to its surroundings.
Dodge back in.
And the door closes behind you.
Hey, guys, ready to get in some really big fight?
Oh, okay. Do you think we
It's going to
could
be
survive it?
It's going to be one giant, huge, demonic monster.
Wow.
It's going to be a hell of a fight. Die, but we will die in glorious battle.
Okay.
Just hold on a moment. You guys discuss what you plan on doing.
You wanna rest first before taking this on?
We can.
Yeah, yeah. In that case, I will heal up Elark and Preston. Let me just do the healing. Where is Elark? Oh, I found you.
That is here in the center. Oh, nice.
Yep. If it's that big, we'll need all the resources we can get. And I got a lot of rations, so we can prepare.
You guys are going to have to make a decision. I'm not sure Howard has given you any more details. Do you have any details for them?
It's a one giant, big 7-foot demonic horse-winged creature.
Flaming?
I'm not seeing any flame, but it does looks like a demonic horse of something.
Ah, okay. Demonic horse. Okay. With
That's
blazing
one way
eyes.
to put it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's really big.
We
And
need a really big carrot. Or sugar cube.
if,
Anybody got sugar cubes?
if it is really demonic, we may not have the equipment to fight it.
Well, it has some pair of horns.
Oh, a pair of horns. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a horse, so it's galloping, I guess.
It's standing.
Oh, horsey guy with horns standing. Does he have weapons? Oh, you cut off.
He's trying to recall.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't seem so. It looks like it has just claws.
Claws, not hooves.
Uh, mm, they look like lots of claws.
Okay, horse. Horny horse standing up. Claws instead of
Very
hooves.
hard
Okay.
with
Okay.
with big fang.
Yeah. Suffice it to say, he'll fuck us up. Well, we can spend the night here, prepare the spells. Shit. What can I prep here?
What type of spell will be useful for this?
I have absolutely no idea. Protection from evil would need material. I don't have that.
The paladin has a protection from evil built around him.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I mean, it doesn't
I
mean that
have.
they can't touch him. It just means that it's a penalty and it's a 10-foot radius around him.
I have
Okay.
holy
Okay.
water,
And Fantasy Grounds counts for that.
and I have holy water.
Oh, okay.
That means I can still cast bless before going in.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Let me see. Bless. Protection from evil. Paladin already has it. Yeah, I think I only got Cure Light Wounds to prep.
Does protection from evil need holy water, or
The
just silver
spell?
powder?
It depends upon how it's being used.
Let me see.
Yeah, I think you need to sprinkle it on the ground, right?
Sort of. Look at the spell itself. I'm busy handling something else.
Yeah. So material. Uh, holy water or burning incense. Shit, I should have brought some burning incense. Some incense.
I'm just wondering what's happening.
Okay, well,
Checking spell component.
let's rest up.
Is there any healing magic that hasn't been used today that can be used, or is it all done and we're resting?
All done. All done.
Okay.
We're resting. Yeah.
Alrighty, then I will handle the day.
And I'll take off the rations.
Yeah, right.
Tell me the spells, if any, you have in memory.
I'll continue to use the light spell for Sylvie. And blast spell for, but I got one holy water.
That's okay. It's,
So
usually,
only
it's good
one
for
bless.
5 bless spells. We
Oh,
had a discussion recently where we were talking about, it never really says how many splashes. So I came up with, after discussing with lots of people, why not make it 5?
all
Yeah.
right.
Oh.
I think
Spell's
that
not back
makes it
yet.
more user friendly and doesn't really hurt anything, if you ask me.
I think spells are still not back yet.
Oh, let me rest all of you, and then
Okay.
we'll do that. You've all been
Ah,
rested. Okay, fellas. Here you go.
Yeah, I'm prepping 3 Cure Light Wounds. 5.
5 spells. Who cares what Steven thinks?
It's just a number. Because protection from evil, the paladin has it.
And it's
Yeah,
a
I'll
10-foot
memorize
radius
protection.
around him. Don't forget.
Okay.
Oh, 10-foot radius.
Around him, yes. So anybody in Fantasy Grounds who's within 10 foot of him, that -1 that all evil creatures get to attack him, it automatically takes into effect.
So what if he went unconscious? Would it remain?
As long as he's alive, it still remains.
All
If
right.
he's dead, it doesn't. But that's a good question. And I like that
Well,
question.
Gurundrak will memorize protection from evil as well.
Okay.
pH water, protection from evil, and then bless.
Alrighty. I am ready. Remember, bless
Okay.
must be cast before any individuals engage in combat, and it only lasts for 6 rounds.
Alright. Can line up and get ready, and then I will cast bless.
Do you want to put protection from evil first on yourself or somebody?
Protection from evil is only 3 rounds per level.
Ah, never mind.
And his
So,
create
okay.
water was to make sure everybody had water today. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
already got.
Preston will
do not
lead.
forget he has command, right?
Yes.
So
So Preston would be first, I guess, followed by Vernon.
also, I
Or
want
do you
to
want?
remind Preston that hold person, the spell. Just a moment. Let me show you very quickly. Demi-humans or humanoids, so not things that fall under monstrous things like extraplanar beings. That would be hold monster.
Ah, okay, got it.
Who does?
I yeah, Vernon has hold person
He can cast
power.
hold person because he's a worshiper of Tyr. He can go, stop moving and listen to me. I am a judge. Even
Okay,
though he's not
yeah.
high enough level to cast hold person, he can't.
All right.
All these kits and priesthoods are really good priesthoods and everything, right?
Heck yeah, hold person.
Alrighty, fellas. So you're lining up on the staircase.
Yes.
Yes.
Who is first?
Uh,
Preston.
hey, everyone, shall we shoot arrow first?
If we can, yeah.
I'm just not sure if we have the rooms.
What does the room look like?
Circular room, exactly the circular room, but a lot smaller. A little bit smaller, not a lot smaller.
Okay.
We do have rooms for shooting, but I think it will just running. I don't
Okay.
think we have the range for shooting.
Yeah, we don't have enough range.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Room is too small. Okay.
We're ready?
Okay. Preston is first,
Preston is first. Okay, I'll put Preston at the top
followed
of the stairs.
by Vernon. Not unless Sylvie wants to go second. I don't know.
Well, Dwarf might want
She's
to go
not going.
second.
Oh,
The,
get the
the dwarf, although
flank.
slow, is a badass.
Dwarf goes
Yeah,
second.
yeah. Gurundrak would want to just take the lead, but
and
Yeah,
then the Holy Justice and the Ranger are both on about equal footing as far as how well they can fight. But if it was, a straight up fight between the Holy Champion and the Militarist, it would kind of depend on who won initiative. I mean, they're both
anyway,
really, really
bless.
heavyweight,
You can go
combatants.
first, Gurundar, so that you know.
All right, bless.
So
Yeah. Big
he's going
Gurundrak in the
first,
front.
You want to
Yeah,
go first,
bless.
Gurundar? Okay. Then followed by Preston,
and then
followed by Vernon.
and then
Link,
Ling, and
and
then
then what?
Sylvie will be last.
okay, and then Elark. So note that the angle I'm putting you on just shows you're curving into the room beneath you. You're not actually curving into the room that you see. All right, gentlemen? It just makes it easier for us to do that, okay?
Okay.
And the door is open, and I will show you the thing that you can see I'll quickly show everyone. But as this is happening, please go ahead and cast your bless spell on your compadres, your friends. This is what the creature looks like.
Okay. Wow, look at the cross.
Hey, you didn't say it got wings.
Yes, yes, yes.
You didn't
Someone
say.
has
You didn't say.
You
It's a small room.
didn't say he has sharp teeth.
You didn't say a lot of things. God damn it. Okay, so you have put bless on everyone. So we're just going to go down the line by the people that are in the doors. Gurundrak, what would you like to do?
The silver beard.
Not. You're casting Silverbeard on yourself. Is that right?
How long does it
Casting?
last? I cannot seem to see that power.
The duration of it's a spell. So, but you
Oh,
have
it's
the
a
ability to
spell.
cast
Okay.
one in a given day. You can cast one bonus Silverbeard spell in addition. So I'll show you Silverbeard. It's a really cool spell. It's only for your priesthood. As you can see there, it lasts 1 turn plus 1 round per level.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and put
Okay.
it under your first level spells there so that we've got it and you can find it under preparation when it comes time to roll the initiative for it and to, it's already there anyway, and to do the effects. So I'll roll the initiative for it for you. 7 is when it will go off. Okay, and then at the end of the round, you can move because it didn't have a casting time of 9. At 7, assuming nothing interrupts you, click the effect on you because it will improve your armor class. Okay?
Yes.
Does it mean that you can't move?
So when you're casting, you can't move. Since
Yeah.
we're using combat and tactics, if you cast a spell that has a casting time of less than 9, at the end of the round, you can take a half movement spell. A half movement.
Okay.
Right? So, in normal AD&D second edition, you can't move in the same round you cast a spell at all, right? Preston.
Gotcha. Preston will chop this creature that he described with his broadsword if there's an opening.
So that's an if, so you'll have to roll that with an if. And Vernon,
Vernon will use his longsword if there's an opening.
okay. And that's an if.
Okay.
And who is next in line? Next in line is Ling.
Lane is waiting for an opening and then go forward to attack with both hands.
Not a problem whatsoever. And then, so that's roll initiative with Ling, but with an if. And after Ling, we've got Elark.
The same.
Okay, and then we've got Sylvie.
Yeah, she was waiting for everyone to go in, and then she'll go in last.
Not a problem whatsoever. So that's an if for her to move. Believe it or not, this creature has something that happens first as it steps forward to this direction and looks at the dwarf, and it just sends a psychic wave of fear aimed directly at the dwarf.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
8 plus 6, you failed. Your spell was interrupted as you immediately have to sort of tumble your way back down past everyone, quickly maneuvering past everyone, not causing anyone to, be affected as you're tumbling down, just terrified of this thing. Having got
Hey,
this,
there's an opening.
Howard.
Sylvie, you'll have to wait for your, there to be an opening for you.
Yeah.
Gurundrak, your spell did not go off. It's just wasted for your use for that day. Elark, you'll have to wait. Ling, you'll have to wait. Preston.
All right.
This thing seems to be welcoming you. That's where you're moving?
Yes.
Alrighty.
Let me just adjust the facing.
No problem. We got you. Still facing a front flank there. You can take your first and only attack this round as Vernon, who has been waiting, can move immediately after that, and then Ling, etc.
Okay. Now targeting works. Where's my weapon? +1, right?
Huh?
Front flank.
It's just a front on. It's not a front flank. It's front size. Because of its
Oh.
wings spread out and everything, they're not quite a front flank yet.
Okay, it's facing. Okay,
Yes.
cool. Not a problem.
Missing, and the creature laughs wildly at you, mumbling in some language you're not aware of. Vernon, you can move. Just can't quite move through the wall.
Let me just cancel that. Oh, how do you cancel move?
It's not letting me cancel. I should be able to cancel it. There we go. I canceled it.
There you go.
So I know you're moving to there. That's 15 feet.
Yeah, 15. Thank you.
You're welcome. Alrighty. So that's not quite half your movement.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Those 3 squares right there in the front of it are just considered front flanking or front facing. Understand? You got to be
Gotcha.
1 in on the sides for the front flanks. So that's right on this creature. This is obviously a fiend of some sort.
Okay, swinging my longsword on this thing. Die, fiend.
Your nerves and
you
perhaps
get to
taking
live.
the better of you. The next person in line who can actually move is obviously Ling. I'm going to bring you up the staircase at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 25 puts you at the top of the staircase, Ling. So that's almost half your movement right there.
Okay, so if I move more than half, that means
Nothing.
I
Means you
can.
don't get anything else at the end of the round. Yes.
Okay, I see. Okay, so I will use this one to position myself.
Okay.
You're blocking yourself, you know that, right?
Okay. So
Can I get that far?
that's 60 feet. Yes. No problems at all. That's where you ended up being. Now, the next person in line who can move up is obviously Elark. So I'm going to move Elark to the top of the stairs. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30 foot at the top of the stairs for Elark.
Okay, and Alok is following Link, and then at the end he tried to hide in shadow.
He's moved more than half his movement, so he can't try to hide in shadows.
Okay, so next one then.
All right. And then Sylvie.
She will just straight use all her movement to go the
So,
top of the stair
5, 10,
over
15, 20,
here.
25, 30. 35 for her to get to the top of the stairs.
And
So she has another
Please
25
go.
movement. She wants to go back down to that point there. Okay, no problems. That's where she is at.
yeah.
Not an issue whatsoever with that. And no one has any additional attacks or anything this round. The best we know, the dwarf is still terrified. We are not certain. So you can, starting with Vernon, what's your intended action this round?
Oh, longsword.
Okay. Roll your initiative for that. Sylvie,
Sorry, what?
what's Sylvie's intended action?
Oh, she will cast light on the creature.
Okay, not a problem whatsoever. So that's the casting time for the spell. Preston, you'll get 2 attacks this round if you press the attack.
Yes, I will do that. I'll continue the attack.
Okay. Ling,
Ling is going to move and attack.
Okay, so that's initiative for your weapons. Gurundrak, I'm sorry, you're still terrified this round, at least to the best of your knowledge. Elark.
Alec is waiting for Ling to move away,
Okay.
and then he will hide and move towards the creature.
Okay,
Stab if he has enough time.
so that's an if for your movement. Got it? Okay. And everybody should have their initiatives rolled. Sylvie. Magic resistance. And you made it past its magic resistance. The creature
Whoa.
has become blinded, at least for a duration. And it is, of course, very unhappy with this. And it mentions in common, luckily I can still sniff, so it's not as bad as the witch believes.
Oh, he can speak.
Vernon,
Command this guy.
you will get
Vernon.
a +2 to hit this creature, not a +4. The penalties and bonuses will be halved because of the creature's senses. +2 is better than the +0, though.
Yep, +2 it is. Here we go. Still missing
End your
even
turn.
with a +2.
Ling, as you're moving past a big chest of treasure to your right. Coming in from the side there, you'll get an additional +1. So a grand total of +3 to hit this thing. It's a bonus, +3. 1 is from the flanking. 2 is from the creature being blinded. Oh. I was like, what the fuck are you asking me? Hitting. Large damage.
Big damage, big damage.
Some of it obviously was reduced, but much of it did go through wounding this thing. Elark. So the first thing you have to do is just roll your hide and shadows in the tower. Oh yeah, offhand. Miss.
Yeah, hide in showers.
You knew what I meant.
You can't find the water.
Everyone sees him sneaking up. He's like,
I can
with a snap of its claws, something occurred, as obviously these kinds of creatures handle magic drastically different than do their human counterparts. There are now multiple images of this thing, at least 5 that you can see fading in and out of existence.
Okay.
Preston,
Okay, 2 attacks.
do not forget that you get a +2 beyond whatever else you're getting but there's also a mirror image effect on this thing.
Yeah. So +2. It's blinded, so +4. Is that correct?
No, it's only half because of the
Yeah.
blind. That's where the +2 is coming from. It has
Gotcha.
other senses, so essentially it has blind fighting, the skill,
Yeah.
but its
Yeah.
other
Oh,
senses grant that.
I thought he could sniff us. That's why. But
Well,
no worries.
that's he can sniff you, but that gives him the sense of blind sense.
Got it. Okay, I will smack at this thing with my broadsword.
But not blind sight.
Oh, cool. It takes the
Attack
effect.
struck shimmering
Hey.
image. You missed your target.
But is one of the images gone?
Correct. One of the images is gone.
Excellent. Cool. I will end my turn.
And Gurundrak is still, to the best of our knowledge, going, "Oh my God, what are we going to do?"
Yeah.
It is the next round, and Gurundrak, you are
Ooh,
still.
my second attack as Preston.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
No worries. Missing.
Missed. Gurundrak, believe it or not, the next round, your fear is gone. You'll have to
Wow.
go back up the stairs.
Next round, yeah.
So, but so we're gonna let you choose what you want to do this round.
You run up.
Did you say go? Fuck.
He's just grumbling, swearing as he runs through the staircase.
Not a problem. So that's your default movement initiative. You can take a double move, but don't move until it's your actual initiative, right? So default one on the front of your character sheet. And then Sylvie, what would you like to do?
Sure, go look down to see if she could see Gurundrak.
Yeah, he looks like he's getting ready to come back up. Looks like he was only gone for a round or two. Just enough to make it tough. Gurundrak's moving slow. He's like, I'm doing this. Ling.
Ling is attacking with both hands, and also Alaghor is attacking.
Alrighty. So a lark is not catching this creature off guard at this point. Its wings are steadily defending its back as if it notices that you are there.
Okay. So I am having my...
However, because you are a thief, you will still get a +4 bonus to hit from its back. Just so you know, it's just not a backstab, okay?
Okay.
So +4, +2 from blindness, +6 in your case when you make that attack roll. Preston?
Okay, he will continue attacking the monster, which disappeared.
Sort of.
And-
It's
Vernon will swipe at it with his longsword.
Alrighty, so that's initiative there. Well, 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 well. Here we go. So I'm going to simply target someone here who appears to be the most threatening at this point. So I need to untarget the dwarf. And I have targeted the paladin. There appears to be a mental command coming towards you that your eyes are useless and you should not be able to use them, nor should you use them to see.
Okay.
And you failed your saving throw. You are
Oh,
blinded.
what is that? Saved then.
What was that?
Saved?
Saved.
It
Save.
says, oh, target did save. Yeah, you're right. I'll remove it. I'm sorry. My apologies. I just misread that. So you made
No,
your.
it's
I forgot because I looked at the non-modifier. I looked at the non-modified paladin bonus. So you have saved. We'll remove that
There's
effect
a
from
check
you. You
mark,
are not
that's what I'm
blinded.
looking at.
You are not blinded. There we go.
Okay,
That was the
no
intended action that round. And the Sylvies, you can see the dwarf coming up. Ling,
You just let.
There are mirror images in front of me, right?
There are at least 4, and one of them is real. So there's 5 total images. One is real.
Oh, okay.
So you get a
So
+2
it's
bonus
that
to your attack roll.
+2.
+3, sorry, because you've got a side flank and it's blinded.
Okay, +3. So
That is a
obviously,
miss. Offhand
and my offhand touch
is also off. We cut it off.
offhand.
Make a dexterity check. Hold on. You are wearing what kind of armor?
Leather.
Leather, that's 1. Plus you have a weapon in either hand, that's another 1. When you roll your dexterity, you need a 16 or under to keep your hand on that weapon. So
But
just
I'm
roll a
using
d20.
I'm using bare hand.
Oh, that's right. That is your bare hand. So yeah, so it'll be different. But nonetheless, you kept your grip and will be able to use your punch next round. Ends your turn.
Yep.
I forgot he's a justifier. He's got a special punch if he can land a 20 with that punch. Okay, you are not going to be able to get a backstab, but you are attacking a blinded creature from the back. As a thief, you get double the bonus to attack from the back, so that's +4. The creature is blinded. You get an additional total of +6 for this attack roll.
Nice. That's a hit.
Oh, nice.
Well, let's double check and make sure. Yes.
Yeah, mirror image.
And see what the mirror image said. The mirror image
Yeah.
said nothing. Let's try that again.
No, because the creature is invisible. We can't see it.
What? You can't? Oh, sorry. You're supposed to be
Oh.
able to see it. Let me see that. My
There
apologies.
you go.
Okay,
Now you
still
can
hit.
drag it.
Attack struck shimmering image. You missed your target. End your turn.
Oh. Yep.
Vernon.
All right.
Only a +2. Sorry.
Oh, strange. The target
Yes, you are a
is
strange person.
failed again. Anyway,
I hate you.
+2 it
You should
is.
die.
When we hit the
Eventually, yeah. Hoo-hoo!
wow.
Ah, mirror image. Yep, cool. I'll end my turn.
Yes. Gurundrak, you're able to take a double move. So you're able to go 60 feet, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. From here, where would you like to go?
Down to the corner. Slip through the.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't attack
Yes.
this round, but you can attack next round. Because that's, obviously more than half your movement because you took a double
Grumbling
move.
and swearing as he ran over.
Preston.
Let me think. I think this is a single attack.
It is, yeah. You had 2 attacks last round.
Yeah, cool. Preston comes in. +2, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay, broadsword here again. Let's see if it's miss the target.
So there's 1 plus the real one, whatever that is, left. All right, so it will be next round. We're going to go to Vernon. What's his intended action?
Oh, keep using the longsword up until he hits the creature.
Okay, no problem whatsoever. This thing is looking like it's beginning to pull its claws and its bite out towards everyone. Sylvie's.
Does she see anything on the table?
Nothing immediately upon the table, no.
Okay, she'll move a little bit closer, drawing out her torch.
Okay, no problem. It's a fairly lit room, but okay, you're drawing out the torch, not an issue.
I'm just going to throw the torch.
Okay, Preston?
Preston will continue attacking with his 2 attacks with the broadsword.
Okay. Ling?
Continue attacking.
Okay, Lingy, Ling. Gurundrak.
He will use command to make it stop.
So command will happen at the same time as some other combat action you're doing. You have to make another combat action.
Right, then attack with my
Okay.
battle
So
axe.
the moment, even if you swing or miss and miss, it doesn't matter. That's when the command will go through, and we will put it just as if it was a normal spell, because there may be magic resistance, etc., against that. So roll initiative for your axe, because you can use your command with your battle actions.
Ah, I can. Vernon could do the same, isn't it?
Yes. So, well, actually, no, Vernon can't. I'm sorry. It specifically states under the priesthood of Clang-Edin that they have the ability to use command twice per day in battle.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And you are allowed to cast Hold Person once per day as a sense of judgment. That's the way it's stated.
Oh, and it's a whole person. Yeah. Never
Yes.
mind.
So, all right. So, Elark, what are you attempting to do?
Stab this guy.
Okay.
See you guys.
Again, as long as you're behind it, you're getting the additional modifiers from being a rogue, but you're not being able to backstab this thing because this thing's wings are terribly thick like the rest of its body, and they're constantly flapping, and its tail is maneuvering. So this thing has sort of like a 360 spatial awareness that would make it very difficult for you to backstab it. But roll initiative instead.
Oh, I have already rolled initiative.
Oh, okay, but you weren't. Oh, so you were first. That's not a problem. So we can see him. He's not invisible. So let's drag that attack number again and see what happened. We are going to say that that was the last of the mirror images, since it appears to not be doing anything other than being confusing, right? Let me take that last mirror image off. And that's what you did with your attack. You successfully removed that last mirror image, okay? Sylvie's, you're moving to where you want to move?
Yeah, just that.
Click, 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 move. Okay. Vernon.
Okay. Swing, swing.
Swing. Swing, bada, 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 swing. Ooh, large damage.
Ooh. Oh, nice.
Severe amount of damage, some of which may have been resisted, but you're not certain. Ling,
Okay, Ling is
you get a total of a +3.
+3. Okay. Stab this guy.
Failure
I
to stab. Trying to punch with your fist, you need to get that 20 to get that justifier and knockout chance.
Knock him out.
Oh, it was close.
Oh, nice.
Go. Not yet. Okay.
Zero
Give him a
damage.
punch to the head.
2 points of damage, real damage. All right, so this individual seems to focus on Vernon there as all of its claws are beginning to rip into him and it's biting down at him in a simultaneous fashion. One claw missed. Another claw missed. We're not certain if it's because of the blindness or what. And one bite as its mouth sort of distends, buries quite deep down into him for 6 points of damage done to Vernon.
Ah.
Preston,
Wow.
you get 2 attacks, 1 attack at the end of the round.
Yes. Okay. Let me just switch to Preston. Here we go.
We will do so. Here we go.
Ah.
That
and
is a
me.
miss. End your turn and let the dwarf attack with his axe. No flanking
Hey, dwarfy.
bonus. You're still considered in the front, so you only get a +2 bonus to hit.
Come on. Hold still.
Okay, so first things first, target the creature and cast command to see if its magic resistance will, go beyond that. I've got it opened. So you got it targeted? Command. So it does not get a save because there is no save against command. Roll percentile dice. If you roll 15 or under, it resisted it. Ooh, almost. It was a 16. So the creature is held. Let's put that effect on it. It's held for 1 round. That means for the remainder of this round until next round, it has a +10 to be hit. So your axe is coming in at a +10 to be hit. To hit with. That's a hit. Damage. Large damage.
Sorry, what?
So it takes
Large
large
damage.
damage. Look at your axe.
Uh,
The weapons. Open the axe. Oh, you're using a battle axe, not a two-handed battle axe. My apologies.
Yeah,
Same
battle axe.
damage. Same damage.
Okay.
14 points of damage, causing this creature to disappear in a rash of a spewy green substance that everyone in the room needs to make a saving throw versus breath weapons for.
Ow.
Breath weapons. Okay, found it.
So Preston failed.
Breath.
Ling failed. Gurundrak failed.
Failed.
Elark failed. Everybody
I think we
failed.
all
Hold
failed.
on. Yeah, just a moment. I'm just trying to make sure that everybody failed there, so please hold on as I handle this.
Stinky bastard.
It's a caustic acid that burns down to everyone. Sylvie taking 4 points of damage. The dwarf taking 6 points of damage. Ling taking 1 point of damage. Elark taking 1 point of damage.
Oh, lucky.
Vernon taking 3 points of damage.
Okay.
And the paladin taking 4 points of damage. Everyone who failed, your armor, if your armor is metal, needs to make a saving throw versus acid. So it's the armor itself. If you don't have armor, we'll get back to that in a moment. So I'm going to start with Preston. Roll a d20. It's acid against your armor. Just roll. Yes, you made it. We're not worried about anything else on your person. Vernon.
Okay.
Yes. Gurundrak. Yes. Now, Ling, Elark, and Sylvie's, whatever clothes you were wearing, Ling has on leather armor. You can make a saving throw versus acid. Go ahead.
Just roll a d20.
Just roll d20. Your leather made it. Elark, whatever your clothes are, roll. I think you're just wearing cloth-based clothes.
It's a roll.
A robe?
Yeah.
Okay, it's cloth-based. Your robe is gone. It's just wasted into shattered and, shreds. Sylvie's. Sylvie's, you're fine. No problems whatsoever. So, Elark there suffered the most. Vernon is unconscious and dying.
Whoa.
Yep. 0. Yeah, Preston will try to lay on hands on Vernon.
All right, that will bring him to 1 hit point and get rid of his death sickness. So let's handle that. Let me move the effect of unconscious and dying for him. And let's put Vernon at 1 hit point. Okay, gentlemen. What are we attempting to do?
Well, Vernon will heal himself.
He's okay. I'm gonna heal myself now, guys. I hope you don't mind.
Badly
The creature's
injured,
body
but
leaves a blackish, inkish stain.
Can I
Where?
heal Gurundrak?
Okay.
Sylvie is going to try to study what kind of manner of magic is that creature.
Um, you can look at the goo and you can make an arcanology check in the tower.
I believe this is a minor demon known as Corruptor. It could be a summoned creature by the Rajik.
Bound to this place?
Not sure. I do not see any residual that could help me investigate any further.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Its
This
body is
is
rapidly fading away. In a few moments, there will be nothing left of it.
See if she can collect
It's not
the
possible. She doesn't have the right
whatever.
materials to pick it up. She realizes the moment she starts trying to scoop it up, it starts to just disappear from whatever she's scooping it in.
Well,
Probably leaden spoons would be necessary for such things. That's her first guess.
mhm. I'll get one later for future reference.
leaden ladle.
Yeah.
What are we attempting to do?
Well, there's a chest here. I
It
want to
is
stay
not
away from
locked.
it.
There appears to be no locking mechanism upon it.
Check if I can see any trap, any sign of trap
You can make a find or
outside.
move trap rolls in the tower.
Yes, sure. Tower, here.
To the best of your knowledge, this trap is not, this chest is not trapped.
Look
Okay,
under the
guy.
table.
But is the
See,
trap chested?
yeah. If you like, you can open the chest. So I will check the table to see if there is any secret compartment
Nothing
on
on
the
the table
table.
appears to be secret or anything.
Okay. So, hey guys, we shall open the chest now.
Okay.
All right.
You guys can have a look in the party sheet as soon as it loads. I'm dropping it in the party sheet now. It'll take a moment. You can look in the party sheet. Tons and tons of coins. Lots of other things there that you can see. Big chest. This chest probably weighs, 80 to 100 pounds, containing, with all of its containers. It's very cumbersome to be able to carry. It's sturdy enough that it might be able to be drug.
Sarcophagus.
It appears to be, yes. So, like you see how it's like a miniature, well, not quite a miniature, like a full size
Ooh,
sarcophagus. See how
broadcloth.
large that chest is? It's more than 10 feet
Yeah.
wide and about 8 feet, 10 feet long and about
Wow,
8 feet wide.
350 pounds. That's a full size.
This is what the sarcophagus itself looks like. I'll share with you.
Oh.
Asian spellbook.
Vernon will say that hey Preston, that broadsword seems to be a good fit for you.
We're just assuming that everyone is looking inside the chest at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that you can all carry the coins, so I'm not going to divide them up. That is 8,300 coins there.
Wow.
If you can be, assumed for your appraisal to be correct.
Alak try to use his appraisal on the sarcophagus.
Okay.
How much does
Make an appraisal check.
in the tower?
Yep. So he's guesstimating that if you could find a buyer, and finding a buyer for that sarcophagus would probably take. And don't get me wrong, Evening Star is a great city to do such things. It's a good city to sell such things, but it could take anywhere from 6 months to a year. But 2,000 to 3,000 gold.
Not bad.
Even the eye patch itself could bring in maybe even more than that if you'll take a look at that eye patch.
I think we still need to use detect magic to determine what kind of magic is on these things. Which one has magic, which one doesn't.
Okay, so Alak is doing this.
Alrighty.
Magic.
So, the ceramic flask that is wax sealed is magical. Both of them are. The silver and blue ring with gold engravings is magical. The 2 large books
That's a lot.
are magical. The broadsword is magical.
All right. Yeah.
So the sarcophagus is not magical.
No.
Alright. The eye patch is magical, right?
No, the eye patch is not magical. It's just wonderfully.
okay,
It's
okay.
an eye patch with. It has a place where you can put a chain or some thong ties, but it's like made of beaten gold set with a mock eye of sapphire. So there's a sapphire that's like the size of a human eye. And the sapphire is, in turn, there's 2 crescent polished stones in it that make the inner corneas of the eye. So it's a very expensive eye patch.
Then
So eye patch is
I can give you guys an image of the eye patch. I should have done that to begin with. I'm sorry I didn't do so earlier. So you have an idea.
and the bottle stopper is also non-magical.
Correct, but it's for a bottle. I can show you what that looks like. So that's like a big ruby sapphire stone and then 2 big moonstones on the side of that. Those
nice.
moonstones alone are probably worth 100 gold each. Right? And then I'll give you an image of the cork bottle stopper as well, if you would like. So it's just a fancy bottle stopper design for, a cork. Like, cork in a... You guys can see that image?
Yep.
So, for like putting in a champagne bottle or a whiskey bottle or a potion bottle, it's a nice cork stopper. A very fancy one.
Yep. Nice.
you can sell these in Arabelle.
Well, you can sell them in Evening Star. Evening Star is not necessarily a small place. And Evening Star is the closest city to you. It's if some of you are to be believed, you're only a couple of days away from Evening Star. But if the terrain that Sylvie and Gurundrak saw was correct when they reported to this mountain, you're already in the hills, and that would put you 5 or 6 days away from Evening Star.
Hmm. Does my detect magic reveal the school of magic for the item?
You can roll percentile dice in the tower.
Yeah.
It does not.
Oh, okay. Hmm. So how should we split this? I think the broadsword is for the paladin.
Yes, I agree, says Vernon.
Depends on what kind of books are they. I believe they are spell books. If they are spell books, we can take turn to learn from it.
Yeah, the two of them are spellbook. One is ancient.
What is
And
Asian?
I heard Asian too.
Ancient. He said ancient.
okay. And we have 2 potion and a ring.
I
I
suggest
don't.
one of you guys take a screenshot of this, and we'll pick up the treasure division Sunday morning when we play.
Okay.
Depending, and I'm just going to give you guys a game mechanic thing. You do not gain experience for treasure until you spend it. So there is if you do this the right way, you can get enough experience to go to second level, train, then sell some of this other shit and get enough experience to make it to possibly third level. Do you understand what I'm saying? Especially because that's 300 platinum pieces and 2,000 gold pieces there, but I'm not sure how you guys want to try to bring it back. Obviously, lugging this thing back is going to cause even the paladin to move at about 6, if not slower. So it
Even
could
if
take
we
a good while to make it back.
even if we just take the platinum and gold, that's already very heavy.
Well, your appraisal said that you believe that the 4 gemstones each are worth about 50 gold pieces each.
Hmm.
The 4 reddish gemstones.
Yeah. So Vernon is gonna give Preston the broadsword if nobody disagrees.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
No one has the proficiency.
Well, Gurundrak can put those small valuable gems into the sack.
Just note that the second level material component for chromatic orb is a red gemstone of 50 gold pieces. And there are 4 of them there, Howard.
Oh, 4 of them. The
Nice.
gemstone.
The
Oh,
4
okay.
red gemstones are 50 gold pieces each.
So
Uh-huh.
Preston can also help with carrying stuff. He does have a spare backpack, but it's like 31 rations already in there.
So remember, backpacks can only carry 30 pounds. Your best bet if you want to carry all of this stuff is to figure out a way to carry the entire chest.
Okay. Wheelbarrow type of thing.
Or drag it, tie some ropes around it, and have 2 people drag it.
Yeah.
The dwarf and the paladin.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Something like that. But we can figure that out directly on Monday morning. Please take screenshots of your equipment and update your character sheets on your own. And take a screenshot of what's in the party sheet here. You know, the treasure, so that you all can have that if you don't mind. Because if I take a
Okay.
screenshot, it'll tell you what is
Okay,
actually
done.
what.
Yeah, already sent in our group.
Okay, no problems. So it's near 1 a.m. I know some of you have to go to work in the morning, so we will stop it there. Okay?
all right. Thank you.
I
Thank you for the
appreciate
game.
that very much, guys. And
Yep.
everyone
See you Sunday.
should be closing in on second level. And as I said, if we do this correctly, I'll send you screenshots of your actual experience point totals before I log out tonight. And if we do it correctly, you guys can spend your wealth and then get enough to actually make it to 3rd level before the end of our session.
Hmm.
Oh,
Cool.
nice. But we cannot gain level until we have arrived at a town.
So
Well,
yes, you have to make it back to Evening Star no matter what.
Yeah.
You understand. And that's going to take some time to make it back to Evening Star. Making it back to Evening Star, you can use some of what you have to train if you're already there, or you can sell some of the things you have and use some of that to as additional experience. And then you can sell the rest of what you have, because you do not get the experience points for items or coinage until you start to spend them in a town.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
just because you carry them with you, you don't get any experience until you've applied them and a use for yourself.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And I'll just take a big screenshot of everybody's experiences, because I'm just making sure it's all rounded out now, with including everybody's good ideas and all that stuff. Because some people had great ideas, some people had just ideas, some people had this or that, whatever. We're all good.
What about my mama jokes?
Well, I mean, those were bad ideas.
Oh,
You do not
shit.
get experience for that. Sorry.
But those were good jokes.
Well, says you.
I say good roleplay.
You have
All right.
actually kill a monster with your joke. Then you get the experience.
It's all
Alrighty.
differing experience. All right, I'll send this in just a moment, guys. I'm almost done
Yeah.
here.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Later,
That was a
fellas.
great game. Appreciate it. Cheers, mate. Bye.
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 So that's Sylvie, Gurundrak, Alaghor, Preston, Ling is who I need, and then Vernon. What was the deal about the gorilla?
There's just this viral meme going on at the minute about could 100 men take down a gorilla?
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
So that's why I was just like,
Of course, 100 men could. Especially if you give them a gun, or a spear, or a knife, or a cat.
yeah, good night.
Good night, dear.